Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serve in more American homes than any other make. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, The Man Called X. It all started with that long-distance call from Monterrey, Mexico. Pagan Zellschmidt was on the wire.
After all, it's really nothing, Mr. Thurston. Just a small teensy favor. All you have to do is drop down here for a couple of days and get me out of jail.
So Pagon's in jail in Monterey, Ken?
That's right, Chief. We're being mixed up in a smuggling ring.
Good riddance.
As a matter of fact, I was thinking of flying to Monterey and seeing what I could do.
Now, wait a minute, Ken. That chiseler's not worth 5 minutes of bureau time.
Maybe not. That smuggling racket is.
Huh?
Chief, about a year ago, the Mexican government stopped all non-essential imports.
Yes, I know. They need to conserve their dollars for farm machinery, irrigation projects, industrial equipment.
Right. To better living conditions for the Mexican people. So what's happened? There's a steady stream of luxury goods being smuggled across the border from the United States, draining off those mighty precious dollars.
That's all true enough,
Now,
Ken.
please, Ken. Now, Chief, the Mexican people are starting to blame us, their good neighbors, for the fact that luxury goods are available and the essentials of living are not. And if there ever was a time in history when nations have to be good neighbors.
Okay, Ken. You'd better get started for Monterey.
Naturally, with your credentials, Senor Thurston, we shall be happy to release Senor Zellschmidt into your custody.
Thanks, Inspector Martinez, but how'd you happen to pick him up?
Well, there is a place on the border road to Laredo, Texas. We have suspected for a long time of being a rendezvous for the smugglers. We prepared a trap 2 nights ago.
And Zellschmidt walked into it, huh?
See, we have held him incommunicado ever since. However, I am pretty well convinced by now that he knows little about this smuggling.
Yeah, but maybe we better learn just what that little is.
I was hoping you would remain here and work with us, senor. With the goodwill of the people of both our countries affected by this smuggling, it is imperative that... Oh, pardon. See?
Senor Angana.
Bueno. There is a Senor Angala here who owns a small ranch nearby. He called a short while ago saying he had some information that might concern the smuggling.
I thought you might care to meet with him.
Of course, Inspector.
Buenas tardes, señor inspector. ¿Cómo está usted?
Bueno, gracias, Angala. Senor Thurston, this is Senor Angala.
Glad to know you, senor.
And you, Senor Thurston. Welcome to our city of Monterrey.
He means that, Senor Thurston. He has a soft spot in his heart for Los Americanos.
Sí, senor. Are we not all Americanos?
Oh, of course, Angala. And I know that is the reason why you are here now. You can speak freely before Senor Thurston.
Bueno. Senores, yesterday at twilight, while riding toward a remote arroyo near the border of my land, I came upon a band of men with pack horses.
Pack horses?
Sí.
What were they doing there?
Well, when I rode toward them to inquire, they greeted me with a hail of bullets.
Pretty rough, thanks for your hospitality.
Sí. Particularly as that lonely arroyo might be quite useful as a hiding place for smuggled goods.
You could ascertain nothing definite?
They outnumbered me. But perhaps you could learn something from this man Zelschmidt. Or you might go out and investigate for yourself. I only hope it will prove to be of use to you. Now, senores, if you will excuse me, I have supplies to purchase for my rancho. Senor Thurston, I extend to you the hospitality of my rancho.
Oh.
Please to avail yourself of it, eh? Adios, senores.
Adios, Angala. Well, Senor Thurston, shall we ride to the rancho?
I think I'd better stick around with Zelschmidt, Inspector.
As you wish. Though I do not believe he will be as cooperative as Angala.
Maybe Angala was a little too cooperative.
I am not certain I understand, Senor.
If Pagon Zelschmidt was held here incommunicado, Inspector, how come Angala knew he was under arrest?
But I swear to you, Mr. Thurston, it happened like I say. I was down here temporarily embarrassed for funds when this guy Carlos came up to me and gave me a C-note to carry an envelope to somebody on the border road.
What was in that envelope, Pagan?
Nothing. It was empty. And for this, that Martinez character tosses me into the clink. Some miscarriage of justice, huh, Mr. Thurston?
I'll let you know when you turn up Carlos for me.
Well, there's El Café del Oro where I met that joker. Maybe he's there right now.
Let's go in and see. Well, Pagan?
I don't see hide nor seek of him, Mr. Thurston. Maybe he... Hey, there's Stu Harding.
Stu Harding?
Sure, the Texan. He knows Carlos. Anyway, he said hello to him.
Let's talk to him.
Hello, Mr. Harding, my amigo friend.
Well, howdy, gents.
This is Mr. Thurston, one of my oldest, dearest friends.
Glad to know you, Thurston. Sit down. It ain't every day I get a chance to shoot the breeze with folks from back home.
Thanks, Harding.
What are you doing in these here parts, Thurston?
Well, no, right now I'm looking for a man by the name of Carlos.
Carlos, huh? Oh, the man Zelschmidt was talking to the other night, huh?
That's the guy, Mr. Harding. Do you know where we could latch on to him?
Nope. Ain't seen him since that night.
I knew it. See, Mr. Thurston? That crook knew something was wrong, so he used me for a guinea hen.
You saying that Carlos is a crook?
Sure. Seems like I've been running into nothing but crooks south of the border here.
Well, I don't like to lock horns, Zelschmidt, but I kind of like these Joes down here. Don't seem no different to me than nobody else. Just trying to get along in the world like you and me.
Well, sure, Mr. Harding, but I didn't...
Way I
exactly mean...
figure it, don't matter much what country a man's from, just as long as it's real people. How's that hit you, Thurston?
I'll string along, Harding, but that's not getting us any closer to Carlos.
Hey, that's right. But maybe Juanita could help you.
Juanita?
Yeah, the gal sitting at that table over there.
Hey, look at that. Boy, what a torrid tamale.
Yeah.
Juanita knows just about everybody who's ever been in Monterey. Why not ask her about this Carlos?
Thanks for the tip, Harding. I will.
Sure, I'm right with you, Mr. Thurston.
See you later, Pagan.
But, Mr. Thurston...
Buenos noches, senorita. May I join you?
It took you long enough to ask, senor.
Oh?
I've been hoping you would join me for 10 minutes now.
Any particular reason why?
A handsome senor from the United States? You are fair game for Juanita, senor.
Well, that's being frank enough.
Why not? You find me attractive, no?
Very.
I find you the same.
Oh, thanks.
So, what is it you wish of me, senor? A song to buy me a drink? I'm a very agreeable person. What is your pleasure?
At the moment, a very simple one. Some information.
Oh, you disappoint me, senor.
Sorry, but I was wondering if you knew a man around here by the name of, Carlos.
Do you know a man in the United States by the name of Smith?
Well, not many are familiar with the border roads of Laredo.
So, you know, senor, there is nothing Juanita would not do for a friend.
Do I qualify?
That would depend
On what?
on how much it was worth to you.
Mm-hmm. What is the price of friendship these days?
I think I could be a very good friend for $200 American.
Happy?
Gracias. In El Mercado, senor.
The marketplace?
Si.
Mm-hmm.
The cattle stores are at the north end. If you will be there in 2 hours from now, I think you will find what you seek.
I can depend on that.
How could you doubt it, senor? After all, are we not friends?
Please. Oh, I beg your pardon, but it's important that I speak with you, senor.
That's all right, Angola. What's on your mind?
Oh, I was returning from the marketplace when I saw you leaving El Café del Oro. I feel that I must warn you, senor.
Warn me? What about?
Well, there are certain people who frequent that cafe who have no love for those from the United States.
Believe me, I found that out.
Yeah. I wonder if Stu Harding knows that.
Senor Harding?
You know him?
Si. He owns the rancho directly next to mine. We have become quite good neighbors.
That could be very interesting, Angola.
Oh? What do you mean, Senor Thurston?
That ravine where you saw those men on pack horses. Didn't you say it was near the border of your land?
Si, that is correct. It lies directly between... Senor.
Between your ranch and Harding's.
Si, senor, but I never gave it a thought.
Yeah.
He has been such a good neighbor.
I guess it's hard to tell sometimes just how far good neighbor policy will go.
Mr. Thurston, why do I have to go with you to find this Carlos? After all, I could be back at the cafe giving that Juanita 3 or 4 degrees.
Forget it, Pagan. I want you to identify him.
But it's so dark here at this time of night. Why did Juanita have to pick such a lonely spot anyways?
Now, the cattle stalls are just up ahead. We'll know in a few minutes whether or not Tyler... Down, Pagan, get down.
Good neighbors.
Somebody's hurt up there, Pagan. Come on.
But I'm perfectly happy here with the cows, Mr. Thurston.
Come on.
Hey, that's Carlos, Mr. Rex. Boy, you really got him.
No, I didn't get him. He was shot in the back.
In the back?
Yeah. Carlos. Carlos, can you hear me? Who shot you?
Can't tell.
Carlos. Somebody double-crossed you to keep you from talking. Now, who did it? Who's back of this?
Do not know.
Then who do you get your orders from? Can you tell me that?
Orders. Get orders from.
Yes?
Get orders from Angola. Hey, the ranch house is all lit up. That Senor Angola must be expecting us.
Then we won't disarm, Pagan. Come on, Pagan. Come on.
Hey, the ranch house is all lit up. That Senor Angala must be expecting us.
Then we won't disappoint him, Pagon. Come on.
How do you like that? Nobody home. And I thought this job was over.
Did you, Pagon? Look over there near the window.
Over there near the... Mr. X.
Yeah.
His face. What happened?
Shotgun blast. At close range. But the clothes say it's Angala.
Then what Carlos told us don't mean a thing. If this Angala's been murdered, there must be somebody else mixed up in this. Hey, maybe somebody who was giving him orders.
Yeah. That's right, Pagon. This job isn't over. It's just begun.
In just a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. Lots of people take one look at a Frigidaire refrigerator, notice all its extra storage space, generous room for frozen foods, and many other advantages, and say, that's the refrigerator for me, a Frigidaire. But if you like to take a little longer to think about such an important purchase as a new refrigerator, then think about this. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. So when you buy a Frigidaire refrigerator, you get extra refrigeration experience. Experience which costs nothing extra, but does assure extra satisfaction. Just one example. The famous Frigidaire Meter Miser, a product of Frigidaire experience, is the simplest coal-making mechanism ever built. And think about this, too. Your Frigidaire dealer is a substantial member of your community, in business to stay. So you can depend on him to advise you correctly when you buy, to be at your service always. Yes, here are 3 things to think about when you buy a refrigerator. The refrigerator itself, the manufacturer who makes it, and the dealer who sells it to you. You'll be sure on all 3 counts if you follow this one simple rule. Ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. The Mexican government has stopped non-essential imports in order to use its precious dollars for the betterment of living conditions among the people. But the smuggling of American luxury goods across the border threatens to drain away those precious dollars. That's why Ken Thurston flew to Monterey. Now, an hour after the discovery of a Senor Angala's body, Inspector Martinez has taken over, and Ken and Pagon are driving away from the ranch house.
You got everything straight, Pagon?
Oh, sure, Mr. X. It's a cinch. That baby will fall for me like a ton of lead.
I'm not interested in that. Now, when you're through, report back to me at the hotel.
Okay, but where are you going meanwhile?
Pay a little call on Stu Hardy.
The guy from Texas? What do you want to see him for?
He's a neighbor of Angala's, Pagon. I just want to see how neighborly he can really be.
So Angala's been murdered. Thurston, that's downright hard to take.
I didn't know he was such a close friend of yours, Hardy.
He wasn't. But I always figured him to be a right nice hombre.
Uh-huh. Ever have any business dealings with him?
Nope. Didn't even ship our cattle together. Kind of a shame, too.
Why's that?
Well, we both shipped to Laredo. Both got cattle in there right now, as a matter of fact. We save money by sharing the same cattle trucks.
Why didn't you?
I didn't know these people were going to be so friendly-like when I bought this place a year ago. So I got my own.
Yeah. Well, if there's nothing more, you can tell me I'll be on the way. By the way, Hardy.
Yeah?
That's a can of gun oil on your table. Wouldn't have been feeding a shotgun recently, would you?
Matter of fact, I was, Thurston. coyote was bothering my chickens. Just got the critter tonight. No harm in that, is there?
No. Just as long as the coyote's name wasn't Angala. Good night, honey.
Senor, you have come back to visit Juanita a little while, huh?
That's right, baby. I thought maybe we could smooch over a couple of things or two.
Anything Juanita can do for you, you have but a name and it shall be yours.
Now you're talking, baby.
For a price.
Naturally, for it. Hey, who was talking about money?
Unless you care to speak to Juanita with cold cash, senor. You're but wasting your time.
Oh, now, baby.
Adios, senor.
Now, hey, wait a minute. Okay. Hey, how would you like a slice of 10,000 American simoleons?
And where would you get 10,000, senor?
I got inside information we can get as a reward. Now, look, baby. That Inspector Martinez and Mr. Thurston got a hunch that Stu Harding is mixed up in it. If you latch on to some evidence that'll help me pin it on him, we'll split the reward right up and down the middle. 60-40.
You're a fool, Senor Derschmidt. I know nothing of this. And if I did, I most certainly would not tell you.
But, baby...
I think perhaps you'd better leave now.
But, Juanita...
Before I have Pedro throw you out. Good night.
But... Good night.
Thurston speaking.
Hello, amigo.
Hello, Anita. This is a pleasant surprise.
Is it Senor Thurston?
You doubt it?
Of course not, senor. And I think you will find it even more pleasant. I have some information for you.
Oh?
The cattle trucks Senor Harding will return from Laredo tonight.
What about them?
It might pay you to check into them very carefully.
What would I find if I did, Juanita?
Enough to make a check payable to the amount of $10,000. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Everything set, Inspector Martinez?
Si, Senor Thurston. My men have blocked the road from Laredo. Nothing can get by.
Good.
I only hope you know what you're doing, Senor.
Don't worry, Inspector, I do. You see, I got the tip from a very good friend of mine.
These are pretty high-handed goings-on, Thurston.
Inspector Martinez knows what he's doing, Harding.
But, man, it just don't make sense checking my empty cattle trucks to smuggle stuff.
Maybe he's right, eh, Mr. Thurston? They've almost finished and they haven't found nothing yet.
And they ain't going to, neither. Man alive, you think I'd be crazy enough?
Thurston?
Yes, Inspector?
Would you and Senor Harding come over to this truck, please?
Well, Harding?
Sure, why not?
What is it, Inspector?
Look here, senores. This section of the flooring.
Hey, look at that, Mr. Thurston. There's another bottom underneath the bottom.
Precisely. A false flooring on the truck. And here, senores, I shine my flashlight inside. You see?
Boy, take a couple of ganders at that. Radios, cameras, perfume.
Yes, all contraband goods brought into Mexico in empty cattle trucks from Laredo. Well, Harding?
There's something plenty wrong here, Thurston. That truck ain't mine. It belongs to the Angala Ranch.
It won't wash, Harding. You told me yourself you never used Angala's trucks for your cattle. Inspector, you better put him under arrest.
I don't get it, Mr. X. We clean up this smuggling racket thanks to my invaluable services and start back for USA. Only instead of crossing the border, we stop at this Jerk Whistle Hotel.
Yeah, that's right there, John. Here's the elevator. 2, please. Gracias. Come on, Pagan.
But what are we doing here anyway?
One of Inspector Martinez's men told me an old friend was stopping here. I want to say hello. Here's the room.
See? Hey, the pretty pepper pot.
Hello, Juanita. Mind if we come in?
Mind, senor? You know you are always welcome. Please do.
Thanks.
I am very happy that you are here, but how does it happen, amigo?
Oh, it was simple, baby. After I slapped that no-good Harding in the clink for smuggling, I had nothing in my hands but time. So...
Harding arrested? Then my information was of some value, Ken.
It helped, Juanita.
Bueno. I'm so glad for your sake.
And not for yours?
Mine?
I thought your only interest was in that little check.
So you have come here merely to pay me. I must confess I'm a little disappointed.
You'll be more than a little disappointed, Juanita. You're not getting any check.
Not getting it? But if Senor Harding is under arrest...
You didn't lead us to any evidence against him.
Sure, you're joking. Did I not inform you to stop his trucks?
That's right. And we found the one with false flooring and the contraband.
Ah, then you admit I let you to the evidence.
It's evidence, all right. But not against Harding.
I know you're joking. Who else could it possibly be used against?
Against the person we're really after, Juanita. Angala.
Angala? Mr. Thurston, it must be this Mexican heat or something. That Angala character is dead.
No, Pagon. He wanted us to think so because he was afraid we were closing in. That's why he killed Carlos and murdered one of his ranch hands with a shotgun so the man couldn't be recognized. Angala dressed the body in his clothes. So we jumped to the proper conclusions.
Really, Ken, how can you possibly believe that?
Because the same thing that started him smuggling, that made you work with him, gave you both away. Gold.
Gold? What gold?
The extra $10,000 I offered Juanita. It looked like a soft touch. $10,000 for pinning their crimes on someone else. So they tried to frame Harding by slipping one of Angala's trucks with his convoy.
And just how did that give us away, Senor Thurston?
Mr. Rex, it's Angala.
Yeah. So you were in the next room, Angala?
You will answer my question, Senor.
Oh, I see the gun. I'll answer. Who else but you would have known about the false flooring in that truck? Or would have slipped it into Harding's convoy? And Juanita should never have made that telephone call to call you about it. Martinez had it traced.
I see. Juanita, get behind me. Open the door into the hallway.
See, Angala.
You can't get out that way, Angala. Martinez and his man were out there.
Martinez.
He's bluffing. Open the door.
But if he's not...
Open the door.
See. Angala!
You're under arrest, Angala. Drop the gun.
Get out of my way, you
What
fool.
did it, Victor?
So, it's all over, Mr. X.
No, Pagan, it's not over. There are others besides these two, many others. But they'll give themselves away someday, just as these two did. You see, Juanita and Angala thought of their neighbors only in terms of money, not as fellow men. They didn't know that man can't live without the faith and goodwill of others. Well, they've learned now, all right. Yes, they've learned that man can't live for gold alone.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. Frigidaire's Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer. We invite you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric appliances. Refrigerators, ranges, water heaters, home freezers, the new automatic washer, dryer, ironer, and many other Frigidaire refrigerating and air conditioning products for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories.
Excuse me, Mr. Niles, but can you tell me something about Frigidaire electric ranges?
I'd be glad to, but say, here's a better idea. See these wonderful Frigidaire electric ranges for yourself. Learn all about them at your Frigidaire dealers. And now Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Worth Your Weight in Gold, the story of modern piracy off the China coast. As usual, Leon Velasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return with A Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by D. Engelbach, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall and Maurice Zim. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. CBS to Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lostville invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
The fact that food rearmament programs are now of as great importance as military, naval, and air defense plans in several of the world's great nations may be surprising to many of my listeners. Men and munitions are important, but without foodstuffs, war cannot be waged. Nations have been starved out before, and it will happen again. At least 3 of the great world powers face possible food shortages and are attempting to build surplus supplies. Spies engaged to sabotage these supplies have been active. These are the facts behind the story which John Holbrook introduces.
Thank you, K7. To begin our story today, we take you to a small restaurant where Special Agent Z and the young newspaper woman who assists him, Patricia Norwood, have just finished dinner. They're talking.
Well, Pat, it looks as if we've got a few days' breathing spell. I'm glad of it.
So am I, Z.
Say, what are you reading?
Oh, 3 newspaper clippings. And unless I'm mistaken, there's a story behind them. Here.
No, you keep them, Pat. If you think you see a newspaper story, go after it, but count me out. I've got some laboratory work that I've been putting off for 6 weeks. Now I'm going to get it done.
But these need investigating. And I'd like to do it while we're in this country.
Well, you look into whatever it is yourself, Pat. If it looks important to you, I'll go over it later.
All right, I will, Z. And I'm going to start right now.
That night, Pat went to the scene of 3 recent fires. She didn't attempt any investigation, but seemed interested only in the size of the buildings that had burned and the completeness of the destruction. The next morning, she was ushered into the office of the defense minister.
Come in, Miss Norwood. I'm very glad to give you a few minutes.
Thank you. I'll come directly to the point. As you may know, before I became the assistant of Agent Z, I was a newspaper woman.
Yes, I seem to remember that.
I still send in a few stories when I have time. I have 3 clippings here in my bag. Here, look at them.
Very well. Warehouse burns. Oh, yes, I remember reading this. And these other 2 clippings cover other warehouse fires. Look here, Miss Norwood. What are you getting at?
The similarity of these 3 fires interests me. All started at about midnight, while the watchmen were eating. All of the buildings burned were food warehouses. I believe it's sabotage.
Pat secured the names of the watchmen who had been on duty at the 3 burned buildings. Then she asked for a pass that would permit her to visit a 4th large warehouse at night. She arrived at the building early in the evening.
Yes, miss. What can I do for you?
I'm writing a newspaper story on food storage. I want a story about the men who guard these buildings at night. My pass is good for a night visit.
It's a mission to ask questions and visit. Yes, this seems all right. The house here by the gates is where I stay between my hourly rounds. Come in. Not much happens around here.
You must get awfully lonesome during the night. Do you have any visitors?
Hardly ever. I take an hour off and stay here in my room between midnight and 1. Sometimes my wife brings me some hot food.
You like that?
Yes, but I don't see many others. Lately, though, a man has been stopping by. He came here one night about a week ago. He said his father used to be a watchman. He's been visiting around different places in this neighborhood, asking if any of us remember him. Nice man. Been stopping in about 12 o'clock every night lately.
That's interesting.
I like to see him. Last night, he stood here in my doorway for me while I went down the block for some hot coffee. Of course, I shouldn't let him do that. But there's no harm.
He comes about midnight, you say?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll come back then.
Huh?
If his father used to be a night watchman, I might be able to use it in my story. Perhaps someone might read it who knew of him.
That would be fine. He'd like it.
I'll tell you what you do. Don't say a word. I'll come back tonight at midnight, and we'll tell your friend then. It'll be a surprise for him. See you at midnight.
Pat was interested in the fact that a strange man had stayed on duty at the gate while the watchman went to a restaurant. She had 3 hours before midnight. During that time, she located and talked with the 3 watchmen whose warehouses had burned.
You say you used to have a visitor about midnight.
Yes, nice boy, too. His father used to be a night watchman. She located the second watchman in a pub.
I remember him. He used to stop and see me often. Had a scar on his left cheek.
It was nearly 11:30 before she found the third man.
He came around every night until the fire, looking for his father, he said.
It was a little after midnight when Pat got back to the dark warehouse district. She found the store open on her way and made a telephone call.
Hello?
Hello, Z. This is Pat. I've got the evidence I wanted. 3 food warehouses have been burned. I'm on my way to another warehouse now. When I arrive, I expect to meet the man who's been setting the fires. He may be a spy. I want you to meet me there. I need you.
A few minutes later, Pat arrived at the warehouse. Agent Z was on his way. She found the watchman's gate open, but there was no one around.
Hello? Hello? Anyone around? Funny. There's no one here. Wait. There's a light moving in the warehouse. I'm going to find out who's in there. It's so dark in here, I can't see. Don't see the light now either. If I only... Ow!
Who are you?
I ran into you in the dark. I found your gate open. Don't put the light right in my eyes.
What are you doing in here?
You're not the watchman. And you've got a scar on your left cheek. Put up your hands. I've got you covered.
What is it you want?
I want to ask you some questions. I've just talked to the watchman of the 3 warehouses that burned recently.
What has that to do with me?
You were at each of these warehouses before the fires. All the watchmen described you. I think you've got some questions to answer.
You will never ask them.
Oh! Light!
You forgot to take it from me. You want to know about warehouse fires, eh? Stay in here. It won't be dark in here long.
car pulled up at the watchman's gate, and Agent Z stepped out. The gate was closed.
No one around. This must be the watchman's gate. Pat said she was on her way here.
Is that you, boy? I wondered where you were.
I'm looking for Miss Patricia Norwood.
You mean that newspaper woman? She said she was coming back, but I haven't seen her.
Has anyone else been around?
Why, say, who are you?
I'm Special Agent Z. Answer my question.
Yes, there was a man here, but, here he comes now. Why, he's been in the warehouse.
Well, don't tell him I'm here. I'll stand back in the shadows. Ask him where he's been.
So you are back. Did you get your coffee?
Yes. Where have you been?
Eh? What is the matter with you? I thought I heard something in the warehouse, and I went to investigate. Well, as long as you got your coffee, I will be on my way.
You shouldn't have gone away and left the gate open.
Well, no harm done. See you tomorrow night.
Stand right where you are, Mario Sorrell.
Who are you?
You know this man's name?
I know him very well. He's an international spy and crook. Sorrell, take a good look at me. Even that half-crazed brain of yours should remember I'm Special Agent Z.
You?
What does that mean?
It's the fire alarm. Look, the warehouse. It's all the fire inside.
This is your work, Sorrell. Turn around.
No, you don't.
I'm sorry I had to shoot you. It's only a leg wound. At least now you won't get away. Watchman, hold his arms. I'll put these handcuffs on him.
I've got to run to the corner and turn in another fire alarm.
All right, go ahead. What's that? Someone in there pounding. The door's locked, and that fire is gaining fast. Hello, hello in there. Can you hear me?
Z, help!
It's Pat. Pat, I'm coming. Stand away from the door. I'm going to shoot the lock. Pat, where are you?
Here, Z, the flames, look!
We've got to get out of here, Pat. The roof will cave in. Come on.
Agent Z and Patricia barely escaped with their lives. The crashing of the warehouse wall caught the spy, Mario Sorrell, beneath it. He was a victim of the very fire he started. Later, when the ruins cooled, Z examined them carefully. He found pieces of the firebomb, enough to trace their manufacturer to another country, an enemy nation. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to end up with my having to decide whom to hand my gun to, the guy who's trying to help me or the guy who's trying to kill me. Morning, Commissioner.
Steve, have a seat.
Thanks.
Ruth.
Yes, Commissioner?
Steve's here. How are you doing with this plane reservation?
All set. And tell him I've even got a bottle of mosquito lotion for him.
Mosquito lotion? Sounds like I'm going to get stung in more ways than one. Where are you sending me?
Africa.
Oh, great.
Steve, you know how vitally important Africa is to most of the world as a source of raw materials. Well, we have positive evidence that certain interests have sent a man to Africa to conduct a hate campaign against us with the tribal witch doctors.
Witch doctors? Now, look.
Sure, it sounds fantastic, but unfortunately, it's true. And you know how much influence those witch doctors have with their tribes. If they ever form into a block against us, the entire position of the United Nations in Africa will be in serious jeopardy. And most of the vital raw materials we get from there will be cut down to a trickle.
Mm-hmm. Who is this visiting fireman who's stirring up the trouble?
We don't know his name, but according to our information, 2 British agents have caught up with him and have him in their custody. At present, they're somewhere in the interior, heading for the Gold Coast.
You want me to meet them there?
Yes, at the port of Secondi. Your plane will get you there the day after tomorrow. Now, Steve, it's vital to us to find out all we can about the organization behind this man. We're depending on you to get the whole setup out of him.
Lucky me, right in the middle again.
When you get to the port of Secondi on the Gold Coast, go to the Black Ivory Bar. You'll be contacted there. Now, Steve, get over there, talk to this man, and get enough information on his organization so we can smash it to pieces. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Begin a great day with Wheaties. Yes, if you've got a morning full of work tomorrow, get a breakfast full of Wheaties. Stride through the morning high, wide, and handsome with breakfast of champions. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit, and see if it doesn't make a difference. See if you don't work better, work easier, and finish feeling fine with Wheaties to help. Because, listen, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. A whole golden kernel rolled out flat and toasted. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Whole wheat energy Wheaties have for you. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. No wonder they can help make a difference. You try it. Try it tomorrow. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
That's the nice thing about my job. The commissioner always tries to make it sound so easy. All I have to do is drop over to Africa and talk to a guy who's been stirring up trouble among the witch doctors. Sounds like a cinch. But I've got an uneasy hunch that before it's over, some of those witch doctors will be stirring up plenty of trouble for me. It's Wednesday night when I get to Secondi on the Gold Coast, and I head for the Black Ivory Bar. It's almost deserted. But down at one end, a girl raises her eyes at me briefly over her glass. But this is working hours, so I slide onto a stool at the other end of the bar, and pretty soon a fat little gent eases up to me.
I have been expecting you, Mitchell.
Oh? Who are you?
Ralph DeGidio, the one who was to contact you with. Come.
Where to?
To a deserted warehouse at the waterfront. The 2 British agents are holding the man you seek there.
Oh, why all this hocus pocus?
This whole thing must be, how you say, undercover. The prisoner has many friends who would like very much to know where he's being held.
Okay. Well, how do we get there? I don't feel like walking much in this heat.
But this is but a short distance.
Hello.
Oh, hi. You decided you liked this end of the bar better, huh?
I decided maybe you'd buy me a drink.
Sorry, I already have a date.
You could do better, you know.
I don't doubt it, but this is business.
Suit yourself. All work and no play, you know.
Friendly little town, isn't it, Digidio?
Indeed.
Well, come on, let's go. Hey, how much further is this place, Digidio?
See the small building we're approaching at the end of the pier?
I don't see any lights in it, though.
But of course not. The windows have been boarded up. Here we are. The door is around this corner. Come.
There's no door here.
No, indeed, Mitchell.
Yeah, I kind of figured this could be a trap. Drop the knife.
One more inch and you will be...
Drop it before I break your arm. That's better. Now, you and I are going to have a little talk. He brings his knee up into my stomach, and I jackknife. By the time I get my wind back, he's halfway down the pier. There's an old freighter tied up, swaying in and out with the tide, and just as he gets opposite, his foot catches on a coil of rope. He loses his balance and falls between the pier and the end of the ship. Oh, brother.
Too bad.
What? Oh, the girl in the bar.
The girl in the bar, otherwise known as Alice.
Well, thanks for that warning you gave me in the bar, Alice.
I'm glad it registered, Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah. The look you sent my way when you told me I could do better than Digidio sort of started me wondering if he was the right guy. So I was ready for him when he tried to spring the trap on me.
If you got my message, why did you leave it?
Well, I figured I could get a little information out of him, but by the look of him down there, he's not going to do much talking. Look, where's this guy I'm supposed to talk to, the one the 2 British agents are bringing in?
I'm afraid that's going to be up to you to find out, Mr. Mitchell.
What? I thought it was all set up.
You're right. It was all set up. But they've run into trouble. And it looks like you're going to have to go into the jungle after them.
Oh, great. What happened to them?
Lieutenant Ted Vance can tell you that. He's waiting for you now at headquarters.
Who's Lieutenant Vance?
In charge of the local police. Come along. I'll take you to him.
Well, Mitchell, looks like you're in for a bit of hoop-de-doo.
What's the setup, Lieutenant?
Well, as you know, 2 chaps from our intelligence picked up this blighter in the interior and were bringing him down here to Secondi. Well, this afternoon, their native guide staggered in here, more dead than alive. He lasted just long enough to tell us that their party had been attacked in the jungle.
By natives?
No, although it could have been, the way that blighter has the witch doctors stirred up. No, the party was attacked by some, let us say, friends of this chap.
I see.
According to the guide, one of our agents was killed and the native bearers ran away. That leaves our other agent Withers somewhere in the jungle with his prisoner. His friends are probably scouring the area for him right now. That's why there's a bit of a hurry-up necessary. Now, if you'll look at this map here.
Righto.
Here's the area where the attack took place. It's about a day-and-a-half hike from here through some thoroughly nasty country.
And you think Withers and his prisoner is somewhere between here and there, heading this way?
No, I don't. I think Withers realizes his chances of making it alone with his prisoner are pretty slim. I think he's holed up in that same area waiting for help.
I see. That's a lot of jungle there. What do I use to find them? Radar?
Well, before their guide left to come here for help, he told Withers the best place to hide. Now, you see this bend in the river, the little point of land that sticks out there?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a natural vantage point and a lot of natural concealment there. With luck, you may find Withers and his prisoner at that bend of the river.
Yeah, with luck. Well, I better get started right away. How many men can you give me?
Well, that's the embarrassing part, old boy.
What do you mean?
I'm undermanned here as it is, and with the threat of uprisings, I've been ordered to keep every available man ready for action here.
Oh, this is sounding peachier by the moment. So I'm supposed to sally forth into the jungle alone?
Well, not quite. I can give you a native guide.
Gee, thanks.
I'm sorry. Orders are orders.
Yeah. Hey, look, I've got an idea. How about lending me a few of your men just for a few hours?
Lending you? I don't quite follow you, old boy.
Look, I wouldn't have much chance in that jungle alone against those 4 rescuers, but if they weren't in the area, then it wouldn't be so bad.
Oh, I see. You want my men to draw them off in another direction.
That's right. We could all start out together, and then at the right point, my guide and I could get lost. The rest of the party would keep going in another direction. The rescuers might follow them. That would give me a little more time. At least it's a chance.
Yes. Well, we'll do it. I'll get 3 of my men, and I'll give you the best guide I've got, a chap named Mungo. We'll start in an hour.
It wouldn't take a very sharp knife to cut this heat, Vance.
Quite.
And I can't say I care for these mosquitoes.
Your aim is terrific, old man. But these little fellows are nothing. Wait until you run into the kind that try to lift you off the ground.
Swell.
We're coming to the river. This is the jumping off point, Mitchell. Halt!
Well, at least we've made enough noise for those 4 guys to be following us, if they're in this area at all.
Yes. The rest of us will keep straight on along the river for 2 hours. Then we'll start a wide circle back toward Secondi. Mungo!
Yes, Buona.
Take your orders from Buona Mitchell. Guide him to the bend in the river.
Yes, Buona.
We'll stay under cover here until we're sure the coast is clear. Then we'll ford the river and go up along the other bank.
Right. Well, cheerio, Mitchell.
Yeah, pip, and all that.
Come along, men.
Here. We'll roost under these bushes on the riverbank for a few minutes. There we are. This ought to do.
Buona.
Yeah.
I hear footsteps.
Where?
Listen.
Yeah, coming along the trail.
See, there they are.
Yeah, the rescue party. Brother, 6 of them. That's even worse than we figured. Shh. They're following Vance's party, all right. Good. By the time they realize they're on a wild goose chase, I hope we'll be heading back with Willard as a prisoner. Okay, Mongo, let's go.
We can cross the river here, Buona. It will not come above our hips.
Lead the way. And kindly avoid all crocodiles and snakes. How long you figure it'll take us to get to that bend in the river, Mongo?
We'll not get there before morning, Buona.
Oh, well, it's getting too dark to go any farther tonight.
Yes, I'd better camp here for night.
Okay.
We stay in these bushes.
Yeah, looks like as good a spot as any. Okay, put our gear here and wait a minute. Hey, what's that?
Drums of tribe.
What tribe? Friendly, I hope.
Not friendly drums. Death drums.
Oh, great. Probably one of the tribes this guy I'm after's been stirring up. Where are they coming from, can you tell?
No can tell. Sometimes near, sometimes far. No can tell.
Well, needless to say, they'll probably keep it up all night, too.
Ongo hope so.
What do you mean you hope so?
When drums go, is not bad. When drums stop, is bad.
Yeah, well, they can stop anytime as far as I'm concerned. We better figure out a watch schedule.
Mongo watch first.
Okay. Call me in a couple of hours. Try sitting in the jungle at night, listening to a few assorted animals and tribal drums, knowing there are 6 armed men gunning for you. It's great for the nerves. But at least I've got Mongo, and knowing he's out there on watch is a big help. Finally, I get drowsy enough to doze off. Suddenly, I snap out of it. At first, I think it's a noise that wakes me up, and then I realize it's the lack of noise. The drums have stopped. There's not a sound. The whole jungle is quiet. Too quiet. Mongo, I head for the scream. It's bright moonlight now, but there's no sign of Mongo. Then I round a tree trunk, and there he is. He's lying on his back, and his throat has been cut from ear to ear.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Well, sir, I'm all for it. I'm all for you waking up to breakfast of champions. Wheaties Milk Fruit. It's a combination to help you breeze through your morning's work with pep left over. It's Wheaties, the crisp way to get your whole wheat. Because, yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Got it? There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder it's Wheaties for folks with big things to do and places to go. No wonder Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try them. Get vitamins and minerals for stamina and vitality. Get them in Wheaties. Get protein. Get it in Wheaties. Get energy, whole wheat energy. Get it in Wheaties. Yes, tomorrow morning, shake out a bowl full of the crisp flakes, the golden flakes, Wheaties flakes. Pour on the milk, put on the raspberries or the bananas or whatever you like at your house, and then dig right in and know you're getting up-and-coming nourishment for an up-and-coming morning. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you.
Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
So, Mongo's lying in front of me dead, and I'm on my own. Who killed him? Hostile natives or the rescue party? Suddenly I realize I'm making a pretty good target of myself standing in the moonlight. I dive for the bushes just in time. There's my answer. The natives don't carry rifles. That means the rescue party has figured out Vance's and my decoy scheme, and they're back on my trail again. I head for the river and wade upstream a couple of hours. I don't want to leave a trail for them if I can help it. Dawn comes and I climb out of the water. The bend in the river is just a couple of 100 yards ahead of me. I wait a few minutes, but no sign of anyone following me. Maybe I've given them the slip. Now my big problem is finding Withers and his prisoner. But it turns out to be no problem at all. I get to the bend of the river, and there are two guys in torn clothes fighting on the riverbank in front of me. Hey, stop that fight! What? You heard me, both of you. Cut it out. That's better. Now get your hands up in the air, both of you.
I'll see here, old man.
Oh, shut up and do as I tell you, unless you'd like me to let a little daylight into you.
Oh, very well, but you're making a mistake.
You let me decide that, what? Well, you must be the two guys I'm looking for. Okay, which one of you is Withers?
I am.
I am.
Well, now, look.
I'm Withers.
You're lying. I'm Withers.
I tell you, I'm
Shut up.
Withers.
So you're both Withers, huh?
No, he's lying.
Well, it ought to be easy enough to prove one way or another. Withers is a British agent, and they always have identification papers. You say you're Withers. Let me see your papers.
Why, yes, certainly. Well, that's strange. I don't seem to have them. Now, wait. This other man stole them from me.
I did not. Those papers are mine.
Okay, Buster, suppose you show them to me.
Of course,
So you don't have them either.
They must have fallen into the river during the fight.
Oh, sure. Now, look. For the time being, I'm going to call you guys Pat and Mike for the lack of anything better. Now, you're Pat.
I say Mitchell. I don't mind being called Pat, but my real name is Withers, and I think this is all pretty silly.
So, you know my name, huh?
Well, of course. You're Steve Mitchell, and you're supposed to meet me and my prisoner here.
I see.
You don't see Mitchell. This bloke heard me and my partner mention your name before his friends jumped us.
That's not true. I heard it.
Look, save it, both of you. Mike.
I gather that's the name you've selected for me.
That's right.
Well, that's your privilege, of course, but I prefer my own name, Withers.
Yeah, but you're Mike for the time being. Hold it.
What's the matter?
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's the point. Those birds stopped screeching all of a sudden. Yeah, someone coming. Okay, drop to the ground in those bushes, both of you. Now freeze. The first one of you lets a peep. Gets a hole in his head.
But, Mitchell...
Shut up. Yeah, the rescue boys. Quiet. Nice try, Pat, but it didn't work.
What do you mean?
Breaking that twig to try and attract their attention.
Well, that was an accident.
Was it?
But of course
that
I wouldn't do
no
anything.
accident. He did it deliberately. Those men out there in the brush are his fellow agents.
That's a lie.
Keep your voices down, both of you. Come on, we're getting out of here.
Just a minute, Mitchell. We can clear this up right now. This chap claims it's me. Very well. Let me ask him a question.
Okay.
You claim your name is Withers, old boy. That you're a British agent. All right. Who's your superior officer?
Major Summersby in London.
Huh. Sorry. Your information is a little obsolete. Summersby was promoted 3 weeks ago. Major Holcomb's in charge.
Well, Pat?
Why, I've been out of touch with the Home Office for some time, but I can...
No, quite.
All right, all right. Two can play at that game, my friend. Or you say you're with us. What's your wife's name?
Helen.
It's Edith.
Now, see...
You see here, both of you. This is no time to be sitting around the jungle playing guessing games. Look, one of you is with us, a British agent. The other one is an agent for another outfit, and he's been stirring up trouble with the witch doctors. Now, whichever one of you that is, has got friends beating the bush for him. Well, right now, we're heading for the coast before those friends catch up with us.
That's a good idea, Mitchell.
And get this through your heads. Right now, I don't know which one of you is which, but sooner or later, I'll figure it out. And in the meantime, I'm not taking any chances. The first one of you who tries anything gets his head blown off. You got that straight? Okay, get moving. So the three of us start heading down the river for the coast with me playing a little game of who's who in my mind and getting nowhere. Night comes and we camp by the river. The drums start in again, which doesn't help my peace of mind any. The three of us sit there eyeing each other like hungry vultures. I sit there holding a gun on them, fighting sleep. Mike finally rolls over and dozes off. Right now, I'd give my eye teeth to do likewise.
This has been a pretty rough go for you, Mitchell.
Save the sympathy act, Pat.
Oh, no, I mean it. It's pretty rough on a chap beating his way through these jungles without any rest.
Yeah, rest. Oh, brother, could I do with about 12 hours of sack time?
Yeah, nothing like sleep.
You said it. Sleep. Aye.
Mitchell?
Mitchell, watch out!
What? Get back, Pat! Back!
Very well.
I just wanted to see if I was comfortable, I suppose. Well, that was too close for comfort. Come on, both of you. You're going to sit back to back against this tree with your arms around it, and it's going to tie you that way. Now, come on over here, Pat.
I guess you know who's who now, Mitchell.
I'm beginning to get the idea, Mike. Thanks for warning me.
I think this is a lot of foolishness.
I thought you would. Sit down here. Okay, stick your hands out behind you, both of you. There. Now, a couple of turns of rope, and I think you'll both stay put a while.
Listen.
Yeah. No drums. The last time they stopped, the guy got himself killed.
What was that?
I don't know. Sounds like it came from over near the river. I better have a look. I ease over toward the river. Nothing in sight. I start to turn, but just then, a guy drops out of a tree on top of me. He's got not a native either. I knock him off. Then I spot his gun, but too late. Blood creases my leg. He aims again, but this time I beat him to it. He slumps over. Then I spot another guy slithering through the brush with a rifle pointing in my direction. I limp back to Pat and Mike as fast as I can.
Mitchell! Mitchell, what happened?
Your leg. It's bleeding.
Sure is. Come on, I'm untying you.
But who were they?
Oh, a couple of scouts from the rescue party. We gotta get out of here fast and quiet. Okay, come on, get moving.
Look, Mitchell, can't we rest a bit? Been walking all night.
Guess we'd better stop.
Well, that's the best news yet.
It's not good news to me, gents.
What do you mean?
Climbing up to the top of this plateau took what little strength I had left in my leg.
Oh, so now we have to carry you, I suppose.
Wait a minute. Look, down there, the rescue party. They're just starting up the plateau. Great. So they picked up our trail after all.
Well, what now, General?
It took us an hour to climb it. It won't take them that long. It's still about 3 hours to the coast. The way I'm limping, it won't take them long to catch up with us. Well, looks like I've got to make a decision.
What do you mean?
I've got to decide which one of you is with us and give my gun to him so he can get to the coast with the other guy.
What about you?
Well, I'll try and find a place to hide until help gets back to me. Okay, I think I know which one of you is which. Pat?
Well, congratulations, Mitchell.
Mitchell, are you crazy?
As I started to say, Pat, you're the wrong guy.
What? No.
Well, you had me worried for a moment. Mitchell!
Pat, stop or I'll drill you. Come back here. That's better. Okay, Mike. There are 3 slugs left in this gun. One's for Pat if he gives you any trouble on the way to the coast. Here's the gun.
Thanks, Mitchell. And congratulations. You picked the wrong man.
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment in just a moment. First, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Put the sun in the sky and have a great morning. Begin a better breakfast with Wheaties. That's right. You can feel well, look well, work well when you begin a better breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. Whole wheat energy, whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. High-stepping nourishment for a high-stepping morning. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. No wonder we say Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try it. Try it tomorrow. You're eating good to be feeling good. You're getting breakfast of champions. Try it. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yes, you're not quite as clever as you thought, Mitchell. I must say you're very obliging, turning your gun over to me.
I must say you put us in a bit of a pickle, Mitchell.
Maybe not such a pickle, Pat. You see, Mike, I had you pegged as the wrong guy right from the start.
Of course. That's why you gave me the gun. Sorry, but your bluff won't work. Stand back, Mitchell. No, wait. I want you to be nice and close. There, that's fine.
Close enough?
Close enough. You said there are 3 slugs in this gun. One's for Pat, one to spare, and one for you in the stomach. Takes longer that way. So long, Mr. Mitchell. What? Empty!
Sure is, Buster.
You did have it figured out.
That's right.
Let go of me!
With pleasure.
Ah!
Well, you just put back the 10 years of my life you took away a minute ago, Mitchell. When you started to give that gun to Mike there, I knew my only chance was to make a run for it.
Yeah?
You know, there's one thing I'm curious about.
What's that?
This bloke was so clever with his answers, I began to find myself wondering whether I really was with us. How did you find out about him?
Want to know a little secret? I didn't.
What?
Right up until the time I handed him that gun, I didn't have the slightest idea which of you was which.
But you told him you'd figured it out.
Sure, these guys operate a lot on bluff, so I thought I'd toss one back at him. So let him think I'm smarter than he was. What he doesn't know won't hurt him.
All right, old boy. I can assure you I'll be the last chap in the world to put him straight about it. I say, we're still not out of trouble. That rescue party's gaining on us.
Yeah, we better get going.
Your leg, man. You can't walk fast enough.
I know. That's where our friend Mike here comes in. Come on, let's bring him around.
Mike? I don't understand.
Oh, I've got a special deal lined up for Mike. He'll love it, I'm sure. He gets to carry me piggyback. Come on, let's saddle him up and get out of here.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif, with music composed by Basil Adlam and conducted by Ralph Hollenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another Dangerous Assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Next, listen for the Falcon on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Here's Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good afternoon, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, afternoon, Ed.
Have a good lunch, Mr. Diamond?
Too early to tell.
Hey, you must shave with a dull razor. You got a scratch on your face.
I use a rake.
Here's your floor, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks, Ed. Well, customers. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for...
Oh, that was nifty, Ziggy. Is that Diamond?
Yeah, Chino. That's him.
Pick him up and drag him over to the chair, Ziggy.
Sure thing, Chino. He's really out.
Yeah. See if you can bring him around. Be a shame if he missed anything.
Chino, would you mind holding my ash can handle? It might break his jaw.
A pleasure, Ziggy.
Diamond. Diamond. He looks like he ain't gonna make it. Maybe you slapped him too hard.
You hurt me, Ziggy. You know how careful I am. Here, try to spit your water.
I felt like I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I'd ever seen.
He's twitching.
Oh.
See, Ziggy, he's just lazy. Diamond, let us know when things start making sense.
Oh, that's a dirty trick. Oh, he's talking screwy.
What's a dirty trick, Diamond?
I'm stuck in the drain. I think you hit him too hard. He's liable to be talking like that from now on.
Give it time, give it time. Diamond, you'll pull yourself out.
Yeah. How did you monkeys get in here anyway?
He's back. Now go to work, Ziggy, but keep him with us.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh! That's enough, Ziggy. Can you hear me, Diamond?
He don't like it. He's going to be hard to get along with.
Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Hear me now?
He's nodding his head. I guess he wants to keep his mouth shut so the teeth don't fall out.
Fine. Now listen, Diamond. When you get a call from a Mr. Barton, turn down the job. Understand? Ziggy, see if he's tuned in.
Oh. Yeah, Chino. He says now he's got his shirt on.
Remember, Mr. Barton, you don't want to work for him. Think he gets it?
Sure, Chino, but he looks tired from the strain.
Oh, then put him to sleep, Ziggy.
Nighty-night, Diamond. He didn't have to say nighty-night. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He tapped me once more with a galvanized sleeping pill and tucked me away for a rest. The next thing I knew, a pair of gray suede gloves were patting my sore face. Maybe he didn't want to leave any fingerprints on my bruises.
Mr. Diamond, can you hear me?
Oh, you know, this can get monotonous. Go away.
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? I was expecting uglier company.
Could you sit up? I'm getting some of your blood on my shoes.
That's tough. I'll turn it off. I'll bet your name's Barton.
Why, that's right. How did you know?
I'm lucky. Now get out of here.
But I want to talk to you.
I just had one long conversation, but it was too one-sided. Go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up?
It might, for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750?
So they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
You're begging to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Let me wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
It's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so I can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Oh, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond. I can't stand the sight of blood.
It doesn't bother me. It happens every week. So, you're the chairman of the parole board.
Yes, some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
And you think maybe your son was framed?
Yes, about a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's.
How did they spring the frame?
I beg your pardon?
You must associate with a higher type thug. Spring the frame. Made it look like your son killed somebody.
Oh. Well, when Roger, that's my son, went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he had killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
Oh, and they forget about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing.
That's right.
I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
Well, you're the first one outside of Alter and his friend who know anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
Keeping a stiff handy isn't that easy. Why didn't you call the law?
If my son did kill this man, that's the first thing I intend doing. But I have a feeling this man is not dead.
Oh, you think maybe they staged the killing? Put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the stiff walked out under his own steam?
That's what I want you to find out. If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
There's a check for $1,000. If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another $1,000 in your pocket.
I'll sort the holes. Well, thanks, Mr. Barton. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I looked at the $1,000 check and thought about the beating the two polite gunsels had given me. It was a toss-up. If I'd spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd be dead anyway. The two goons were probably still hanging around my building, and if they spotted me, they'd guess I'd taken the job. When I get more than $10 in my pocket, I smile all over. I went out the back way and through the alley. Had to start somewhere, so I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. When you're looking for a killer, homicide's got all the road maps on murder. An old friend and ex-partner was in charge. The men who worked the detail called him Lieutenant Levinson, but he had a couple of friends who still called him Walt. I was one of them. You earn that right when you work for a guy for 6 years. After I left the force, Walt started doing a solo, but he now had a sergeant who stumbled around after him. His name was Otis, and he had the biggest feet in the state of New York. Every time he took off his shoes, I wanted to grab a champagne bottle and launch them. I don't think he liked me. When I walked in, his face always looked like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, private detective.
Well, Sergeant Otis, homicide's answer to the missing link.
What was that last word?
Well, you're half safe. I said link. Walt in?
Yeah. You turn the knob and you push.
Why don't you get that uniform cleaned? Some dad's going to get up and walk to the station without you.
Well, hello, Rick. If you've got... Yeah. You must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
Been catching up on my patty cake, Walt. Tell me, did you ever know a bit of fluff named Lenore Brown?
Sure, John Alder's expense account. Used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find it?
Alder's still got her staked out. When he leaves stir, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alder's boys are protecting her.
I know, yeah. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
And then listen to him. better watching your game from the bench.
You never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. She used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. I heard Alder was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any lying on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alder, you might spot her on a visitor's day. And now, look, Rick, why don't you stop chasing two-bit thugs and come back on the force? I never had ulcers when we were working together.
You know how I feel about that, Walt. I'm a restless guy. Sometimes I like to sleep late in the morning.
Okay, Rick. Want me to call the warden and tell him you're coming?
Yeah, thanks, Walt. Take it easy.
Bye, Rick. Be a good boy.
Yes, Paul?
Mr. Richard Diamond to see you, Warden.
Oh, send him in.
You can go on in, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks, Paul.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of guys who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you, Jim?
That's right. What's on your mind?
I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown. Well, I can't blame you.
I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alter today, she should be downstairs right now. Pardon me a second.
Yes, Warden.
Paul, has Lenore Brown come in today?
Yes, she has, Warden. She's in seeing Alter right now.
Thanks, Paul. She's downstairs, Rick. Like to take a look?
Yeah.
I'll have Paul take you down. On second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table talking to Alder.
Oh, now I know why Alter needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up, even if she's wearing a tent. How long has she got with Alder?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
Well, you'd get tired of just talking. Think what you could do on the outside.
Yeah, I am, but it would probably send me right back up here.
You want to stick around till she's through talking?
Thanks, Jim. I'll wait in front till she comes out. I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. Now I know what the guy meant when he wrote, "Ask the man who owns one." I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, and I walked over to the car. Going to town?
Oh? Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that.
Thanks.
Get in. Visiting?
Yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the almost?
Depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what are you stopping for? We just got started.
Surprise?
Oh, yeah. And the nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Oh, name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm, and you've met them before, honey.
That's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introductions. That's your friends coming along in that car?
It should be. Now hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
Sometimes you're lucky. When a dame's got a gun on you, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My 2 playmates were just pulling up in the green sedan when I went out of the car like a dry transmission.
There he is. He's fucking up. Nail it.
He let go just as I dived off the side of the road and hit the center embankment. I rolled to the bottom and came up looking like an exhibit for smallpox.
He's down the hill. Go get him, Ziggy.
There was a line of trees just off to the right, and I got to them just as Ziggy tried again. He needed a rifle. I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Ziggy somewhere behind me falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. I could give him so many holes he'd whistle in a high wind, but I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere. Well, come on, we'll spread out.
That tore it right down the middle. They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking.
I got him, Toto. I got him. Get off of me, you million. I got on a new suit.
Oh, my deepest apologies, Gino. I thought you was Diamond.
Can't you tell the difference, Ziggy? He's got on a blue suit.
Oh, I'm a little colorblind.
Now let's find Diamond.
They started hunting again, and I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. I reached the hill that sloped down from the highway, and I went up fast. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still out, just like I'd left her when I put her to sleep. I went over to the Gunsel's car and lifted the hood. Chino and Ziggy could apologize all night while they looked for a new distributor. I went back to the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and got in. I noticed something lying on the seat. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy. But there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the pretty scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Ziggy and Chino?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess. You're going to ask a lot of questions, and I don't talk much. We might as well figure out something to fill in the lull.
I drove to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I knew she wasn't going to spill anything, even if I got her drunk. Besides, she could probably drink Tony Galento under the table and still be sober enough to play hopscotch. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Chino, and after it, likes his work. And Ziggy, and after his name, has own gun. Yeah, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for. I'd forgotten all about my date with Helen when the phone rang. Yeah?
Hello, Rick. Phone call Mr. Richard Diamond to the phone chop. He's got a date and she doesn't like being stood up.
Hello, Helen.
Hi. What was all that about? Forget you had a date with me?
Yeah, I did. And I'm sorry, baby, but right now I'm being chased like a hopped-up fox, and I haven't had time to curl up and relax.
You're impossible.
I know it. Want your sorority pen back?
Well, I'll make up my mind when you get here.
I'll give you my Lone Ranger magic decoder.
You fool.
Are we still going steady?
Oh, yes. Rick, when am I going to see you?
Honey, right now I got some reading to do. Why don't you go to a movie? Little Women Past the Senses. I'll be over later.
I'll probably end up marrying an usher. Don't be too late, Rick.
I won't. Besides, we get along better early in the morning.
Bye.
Bye, baby. I sat there for a minute thinking about Helen Asher and wondering why I hadn't learned how to butter my bread. She was everything a guy should want. $10 million playing multiplication in a fat trust fund. A figure that would snarl of any quiet intersection, and a mind that would give a master's degree in inferiority complex. Diamond, you fool, you. Well, Lenore Brown's little black book was a poor substitute for an evening with Helen, but 3 items put me in second gear. They weren't hard to find. Take out all the men's names, and there they were, 3 addresses. One was in the village, another in Harlem, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Barton before I started hunting, so I called the Wentworth.
Wentworth Hotel.
Mr. Barton, please.
Yes, sir. I'll ring him.
Hello?
Mr. Barton, this is Diamond.
Oh, yes, Diamond. Did you find out anything yet?
Not yet, but tell me, did your son tell you what his victim looked like?
Why, yes. He said he was a dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin. He said he'd never
Thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
So do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village. It was a shabby little place, and the customers had enough long hair to give a toupee dealer the DTs. A fat waiter walked over and eyed my clean shirt. He was wearing an apron that looked like he'd made the salad on it. He was swell.
You wanted something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Do you know anyone named Lenore?
Lenore. Oh, sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play the piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Hey, you still want those noodles?
I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address was on the fringe of Harlem, the Hill, they call it. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in off the East River and staked out a claim all the way to Lenox Avenue. As I walked up to the old brownstone, my nerves started screaming SOS. I stopped cold and looked down at two gleaming eyes, like two pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. As I got used to the darkness, I could make him out. He was a big, white, battle-scarred bulldog, and he had some ideas of his own. He started shuffling in slowly, jerking back his lips and showing a row of white teeth.
Hold it, Lucifer.
I hadn't heard him come out on the porch. He was a big man wearing an off-white undershirt. And from what I could see, he looked meaner than his dog. The animal stopped, but he kept facing me, showing off his toothpaste smile.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
I'll think about it for a while. I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
Do you know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
Come up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther!
Yeah?
Come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yeah.
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Men friends.
No. You know a dark man with a scar?
Oh, sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
Oh, I met someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar. Now you better beat it.
Yeah. Get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets. It was so quiet you could hear yourself change your mind. A sign above the door read Tangy, so I pushed it open and went in. If I didn't find a man with a scar here, I was out on strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a two-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. Lenore turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
It's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now, Mama will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Barton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
Old man Barton figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds a man with a scar.
Think he can do better than you did?
Well, I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's two big idiots out collecting blood again? Where are your buckets?
Oh, he's bitter. Present!
You've met Chino and Ziggy before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
Too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. The boys like to keep moving.
So do I. I shot once and caught Ziggy in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Chino. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it. I didn't even have to get up. I just shot him through the cover chop. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and as she started up, I saw him, standing on the upper landing, scar and all meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. But I point a gun pretty good from a prone position. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. I called Lieutenant Levinson, squared myself. Then homicide came down and cleaned things up. They were all dead, and I figured I never would reach the beach anyway. I phoned Barton, who took his son down to the morgue to look over the night's take. Young Barton identified the man with the scars, the one he thought he'd killed. They gave me the notch, and I made another call. This time to a pair of silk pajamas with an understanding heart. It was late, but I was hungry.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Diamond. Isn't it rather late to be calling?
You know something? You're right, Francis. It's 2 a.m. Time for all good butlers to be Betty by.
Miss Helen is in the library, but I'm not sure whether she wants to see you.
Well, you just run along and get some sleep. I'll find out and let you know.
Very good, sir. Confidentially, she's a little peeved.
Look.
Chin up, Mr. Diamond.
Francis, if she gets tough with me, I'll knock her teeth out.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Francis, is that who I think it was? Oh.
Hi.
The food was cold a long time ago.
So's my date. I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, that's all right.
The fire's almost burned out.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Diamond. I've sat through 2 features of Tom and Jerry and the 4th chapter of Batman, Hops of Freight.
Ah, come on, don't scold, baby.
I haven't in weeks, but I've been rehearsing this for the past 2 hours, and you're going to listen. And that's another thing. You never play when I want you to. Only when I've got you on the carpet.
That sounds like fun.
Now, stop being glib. If you think for 1 minute you can charm me and...
Out of your face with the sunshine, put on a great big smile.
Now, stop that and listen to me.
Okay, I'll shut up. Well, go on.
Oh, now you made me forget what I was going to say.
Well, if you can't remember, honey, hold a good thought. It's a big, wide, wonderful world you live in. When you're in love, you're a master. Of all you survey, you're a gay Santa Claus.
I just remembered.
Too late now, honey. I'm rolling. There's a brave new star-spangled sky above you. When you're in love, you're a hero, a Nero, Apollo, the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, Rick, how do you do it?
You've a kingdom, power and glory.
Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was previously released over the National Broadcasting Company for listeners in the United States and has been re-released to you men and women overseas by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Here comes Dick Tracy now. Dick Tracy, that fearless detective you read about in your daily paper, is with us again in another thrilling, electrically transcribed adventure brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Those two delicious, ready-to-eat cereals that are shot from guns to give you lots of trigger-fast food energy. That's the sound you hear when the big Quaker guns are making puffed wheat and puffed rice. By this special Quaker process, the hard little kernels of sun-ripened wheat and rice are exploded into plump, crisp, delicious Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice, 8 times the original size. That's why they look and taste so different from ordinary cereals, and why they're so specially good for you. All the tiny, hard-to-digest food cells are exploded, unlocked, so that you get their quick energy much more easily. So to get lots of trigger-fast energy, to help make you quick-thinking and quick-acting like Dick Tracy wants you to be, have a big dish of delicious, refreshing puffed wheat one day, and then puffed rice the next. Look in the pantry right now to make sure Mother has some of those famous red and blue packages there. And if you don't see any, ask her to get some of each for you right away from the grocer displaying the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol headquarters sign. And now for Dick Tracy. In our last episode, we heard how Pat and the miners who were dog sledding to Peel River were rescued from the snowslide which buried them, a snowslide caused by Vernon Kyle. After rescuing Pat and the others, Tracy went to Kyle's headquarters to have a showdown with the outlaw. But before Tracy arrived, Kyle received a note from a man calling himself the Purple Rider and threatening to appear at 9 o'clock that evening. Promptly on the stroke of 9, the door of Kyle's headquarters was kicked open, and there stood the Purple Rider. Listen.
Dick, look. Yes, Pat? It's the Rider. The Purple Rider. And he's got the drop on us.
Yes, Tracy, I've got the drop on you. 2 guns, my friends, and they'll go to work if any one of you makes one wrong move.
Tracy, I didn't believe you when you said you weren't the Purple Rider. I see I was wrong. Well, there are lots of other things you're wrong about, Kyle.
Tracy, you have something there. So, Vernon Kyle, you fool, you thought Tracy was the Purple Rider.
Where's Baldy? What'd you do with him?
I told you in my last note you'd never see Baldy again. You never will. And that note you found in your cigarette case. I told you I'd be here promptly at 9 tonight, and I'd take another of your men with me. It's exactly 9 o'clock, Vernon Kyle.
Who are you? Take off that purple hood.
Never mind who I am. All you need to know is that I'm not a friend of yours. You'd know me, Vernon Kyle, if you could see my face. We've met before.
What are you going to do? What do you want?
Vernon Kyle, I want to see you tortured as you've tortured others. I'm going to make you pay. Pay separately for every sin you've committed against mankind. First, I'm going to deprive you of your men, one by one. I'm going to remove this gang that's done your dirty work for you and protected you. One by one, Vernon Kyle, I shall take them with me. Then, Vernon Kyle, when you're all alone, I shall come for you. You can't stop me, and you can't escape me, and you can't harm me. I can see you're a little worried, Kyle. Don't try that, Mr. Tracy.
You're pretty sharp, Purple Rider. I thought I saw my chance.
I intend no harm to you, Tracy.
Yes, I know. You implied as much in your note. Well, I appreciate your motives. I'm grateful for the fact that you're trying to help me. But you're not going about it the right way. You've taken the law into your own hands, and I can't permit that.
You have no choice, Mr. Tracy.
Perhaps not. But you might as well know now that I'm going to do all in my power to stop you.
You must do your duty as you see it, Mr. Tracy. And I have my duty as I see it. I'm going to rid the world of such people as Vernon Kyle and his outlaws. I said that people. I meant Vernon. The world will be a better place without him, and you must agree to that, Mr. Tracy.
Yes, I know, but...
Then we have no quarrel that I can see. We both agree that Vernon Kyle and his men must be put out of the way. We only disagree in the manner of doing it.
You can't get away with this. Whoever you are, I'll get you for it.
Stop blustering, Kyle. You. What's your name?
Me?
Yes, you.
Everybody calls me Bill.
Well, Bill, how would you like to go where Baldy went to?
Where did Baldy go to?
You'll find out, Bill. And now, you're coming with me.
No, listen. For the love of Pete, be reasonable.
Well, I can name many occasions when someone begged you for mercy, and you didn't give it. Someone who wanted to go on living as much as you do, but whose life served a better and more useful purpose. Say goodbye to your friends. You'll never see them again.
You men, stop him. Don't let him get away with this.
We'll see you in
Nor will you. You men, take a look at Kyle now. Take a good look at the man you've been working for, and you'll begin to see Mr. Kyle in his real colors. Rather a bright yellow, I'd call it. All right, Bill, move.
Listen,
Move!
Yeah, sure.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I will call again very soon, Vernon Kyle, for another of your men. Farewell. Farewell.
Look out, Pat. Let me go after him. Don't be a fool, Dick. It's going to get
out of my way, Pat. Too late now. He's gone. Well, Kyle, you don't look very comfortable.
It's all a trick scheme to frighten me away. Well, you won't get away with it, either of you. A lot of hocus-pocus, and you know it. I'll get that Purple Rider before he gets me. Mark my words, Tracy. I'll get him before he gets me.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Kyle.
Any word from Bill or Baldy yet, Kyle?
No, not yet.
Looks like the Purple Rider meant what he said, all right. We'll never see him again, Baldy or Bill. Who do you think will be next?
Stop that kind of talk. I tell you, Tracy's behind that Purple Rider trying to scare us into leaving town. Well, he's going to find out we don't scare that easy.
What are you going to do?
Tracy thinks he's got me buffaloed. Well, we'll see about that. He's having this Purple Rider pick us off one by one. We won't just sit around waiting to be picked off. Maybe we'll do some picking off ourselves.
You mean you're going to...
If Tracy can send someone around to capture people soaking eyed. Capturing Tracy may be too great a risk. Besides, he don't scare easy. He may have an iron nerve, but there's one thing he wouldn't be able to hold out against. And that's the kid.
No, I don't get you, boss.
I suppose we were to get hold of that kid, huh? Grab him while Tracy wasn't around. How do you suppose Tracy would feel then? What do you think he'd do?
Gee, I don't know, boss.
Well, I'll tell you. Tracy's crazy about that kid. If we held the kid where Tracy couldn't get to him, he'd do anything we wanted him to do. We'd be able to twist Tracy around a little finger. And that's just what we're going to do. And listen to me.
Yeah, go on, Vern.
You know that hideout up in the hills about 3 miles?
You mean the one on the edge of the precipice?
Yeah, that's the one. You're going to get hold of that kid, Junior, and take him up there. And you're going to keep him there till I tell you what to do with him.
Sure, but how are we going to get a hold of that kid?
That's simple. Every afternoon, Captain McKeon takes that kid out riding. I know, because I've seen them together lots of times. Well, now, this is what you're going to do.
Oh, gee, Captain McKeon, it certainly is great up here in the mountains.
Yeah, isn't it, though? Junior, the man who first saw this and said it was God's country, knew what he was talking about. He must have been a city man who came up here and saw these hills and the open prairies and compared them with what he had come from. Why, you can breathe out here.
Well, there are lots of things about the city I like, too.
Oh, yes, I suppose there are things a fella can like there, but... Here, look off down there. What have you, huh? The whole town of Pitchblende lying before you.
Yeah. Those are the Pitchblende deposits over there, aren't they, Captain?
Yeah, that's right.
Say, tell me, Captain McKean, who first discovered radium?
Why, as near as I know, it was first discovered by a Polish scientist, a woman named Curie, Madame Curie. Well, she and her husband worked years searching for radium, and they finally discovered it in the substance called pitchblende. Well, they discovered another substance in pitchblende, too, but you don't hear much about it, and yet it's just as important and just as rare.
Well, what is that, Captain?
Oh, it's a substance called polonium. Madame Curie called it that after her native land, Poland.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a woman for you, Junior. Probably one of the greatest that ever lived. She and her husband worked night and day for many years before they isolated radium, as they called it.
Gee, they must have made lots of money with their discovery.
No, they didn't. They gave their discovery to the world, Junior, and didn't ask a penny in return. They felt that radium was too important for the world's happiness to be used just for personal profit. And that's the real scientific spirit, you know.
That's the kind of spirit Vernon Kyle and his men haven't got.
Kyle thinks radium was brought into the world for his own special benefit.
Yeah.
He thinks he can turn it into a personal racket. But he'll find out he can't get away with it. Well, youngster, the sun's going down. I think we'd better start back, Tracy will start to wonder what's happened to us if we don't.
Okay. I'll race you to the foot of the hill.
No, you won't. You're getting to be a good rider, but you're not that good. Now, you wait a while before you try and gallop a horse downhill.
Well, I remember what you told me about riding a horse downhill. To lean back and throw my weight against his haunches so he won't trip or stumble.
That's right, but you'll have to get more accustomed to the saddle before you try that at a gallop. Why, I remember when I was a boy about your age,
Say, Captain, what was that?
sounded like shooting. Why, it is shooting.
Gosh!
Hey, there's trouble over there, Junior. I've got to see what it is.
I'll come with you,
No,
Captain.
wait here. There's shooting going on, and I don't want anything to happen to you.
But, Captain, I'll be all right.
You stay here. Get Tracy. You'd skin me alive if he knew I exposed you to danger.
Oh, all
I'll
right.
be back in a moment. Come on, get up, come on.
Gee, the way Captain McKean and Dick treat me, you'd think I was a kid or something. Gee, I wonder what's going on over there. I wonder who these men on horseback are. They're coming over here.
You're Dick Tracy Jr., ain't you?
Yeah, what about it?
All right, boys, bring him along.
Hey, now, wait a minute. What's the idea,
You'll
fellas?
find out, kid. You'll find out. Just come quiet, that's all.
Hey, listen, what do you think you're trying to do, huh?
You're going to be tough, huh? Well, I'll soon change that.
All right, come on, are you? You're not going to take me without a fight. Come on.
I got him, boys.
We got his arms. Grab him, the rest of you. Come on now.
You won't keep me long. Not when Dick finds out
All
if
right,
I
boys,
fish.
all right, let's get going. That Mountie will be back any minute. Anyway, we've got what we came for.
Come on, girl. Let's go.
With Junior captured by Vernon Kyle and his gang, the situation indeed has become desperate. What will be Tracy's next move? And by the way, do you know who the Purple Rider really is? Now, you see if you can figure it out. And now, fellows and girls, you're all invited to attend our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious cereals that are shot from guns to give you trigger-fast food energy. And Pat Patton is acting president today in Junior's absence.
The meeting will come to order. And today, Dick Tracy has a special assignment for you patrol members.
I'll read it to you. Listen. To all members of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol and of the National Girls Division, on this day, April 14th, 1938, you are officially appointed to the rank of Patrol Safety Officer. In that capacity, you are to use your influence to promote safety among the boys and girls in your neighborhood. To do this, first, set a good example yourself by obeying traffic lights, by not playing in streets, alleys, roads, or other thoroughfares, and by looking both ways carefully before you cross a street. Second, caution other fellows and girls who endanger their lives by playing in the streets or by being careless at crossings. This is a definite and important patrol activity to which you are now officially assigned, Dick Tracy, Commander-in-Chief.
So wear your official members or officers badge to show that you're a duly appointed safety patrol officer.
And if you haven't got the official Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol badge yet, join now. It's easy. You just send 2 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops with your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. If you're a boy, be sure to write the word boy at the top of the page. And if you're a girl, write Girls Division and mail it with your 2 box tops to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
Then Dick sends you your official badge, your secret code book, and patrol pledge.
And at the same time, you're getting lots of trigger-fast food energy every day from your swell breakfasts of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, because those 2 different delicious cereals are shot from guns. So ask Mother now to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's right away.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. There goes Dick Tracy now. That is all.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Oma,
out along a country highway heading for Lessington was a fleet of small vans. They all belonged to the classy glass cleaning company. They stopped at a lay-by. The man known as Maskin seemed in control. He motioned with his arm to Vickers, who got out, took a steel ladder from the top of the van, and placed it incongruously against a telephone pole. A few other men watched as Vickers climbed the ladder and made some adjustments to the wiring. He held a radio handset to his ear and then yelled down,
Okay, line's blocked.
Good. I'll bring the young top of the road. All right, yeah. Davis and Waller, in the trees at the back there. Same as before, sir. Scare them off. Yeah, unless John Steed shows his face here. Yeah, then what? Put a bullet in it, that's what.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Episode 6, the final episode of this story, in which John Steed and Emma Peel clean up everything, including the window cleaning men, and foil the final attempt at the super-secret cipher snatch. John Steed was more than a little baffled. 3 men from MI-12 had been killed, all, Steed suspected, by someone who worked for the Classy Glass Cleaning Co. But how and why, and what it had all got to do with the British cipher headquarters, was still a mystery. Mrs. Peel had been planted in the HQ to keep a watchful eye on the staff, but far from throwing any light on matters, Mrs. Peel herself seemed to have turned extremely forgetful. Steed didn't like it one little bit. The only clues he had were 3 photographs taken by Jarrett before he died. 3 photographs of the cipher headquarters. 1 exterior shot, which showed one of the window cleaning vans parked in the forecourt, and 2 interior shots. 1 of George Webster, the man in charge, and the other of Murray, the security man. Steed had a projector and had blown the prints up to a large size.
And yet I'm darned if I can see anything unusual about them. The cleaning van must be implicated in some way, but what way? What about this? Security man, Murray, leaning against a desk, smoking. Or at least with a cigarette in his hand. And Weston himself sitting at his desk with an inane look on his silly face. None of it's very helpful. What was that magnifying glass? Still don't understand. Wait a minute. Murray smoking. His hands. Cigarette looks as though it's right up against his fingers. Burning his fingers. Yeah, one of the fingers has got a piece of surgical tape round it. Now, what intelligent man would stand there and let a cigarette burn his fingers unless...
Got an idea, Steve? About time.
Hello, operator. That number, Cipher HQ at Lessington.
Sorry, sir, the line is out of order.
Blast. Can't be out of order. The security line 010 is also unattainable. It just can't be. What now?
Better get going, Steed. And on the road near Lessington, the crowd of window cleaners went about their business.
Hello? Yeah. Right. Reporting all clear at the gate of the Cipher HQ, Maskin.
Right, Vickers. All masks on the men and into the vans. Yes, all right. Usual drill, no opposition, classic approach. Off you go. Come on, get over there.
The men departed to their various vans. They boarded them, the engines started up, and the vans pulled off. To the casual bystander, it was merely a fleet of window-cleaning vans off to a rather big job. Approaching the cipher headquarters sometime later, a guard stepped out and challenged the leading van.
Halt! Will you please say your passes?
Well, of course. Take a good look, friend. This is your pass.
Maskin wound down the window and pointed the nose of a tube straight into the guard's face. A spurt of white vapor shot into the guard's face.
Right, I'll take care of the main entrance. Make sure they hit those ventilators fast.
Right. Come on, men. Here we go.
Other vans appeared and drove straight through the open gates. Within a matter of minutes, steel ladders were propped against the walls, and white-coated cleaners climbed onto the roofs. From their buckets, they took small cylinders.
Right, this is a big one, Bill. Better make sure your mask is okay.
Right. Right.
Okay, solid off one.
All over the building, they released the gas into the ventilation shafts. The effect upon the inmates was immediate. They froze in their tracks, stood or sat exactly where they were, quite immobile. Maskin and 3 of his men entered the main building without opposition.
Right, men. That's enough of them. Open the windows.
Shut!
All right, give it a few minutes.
Well, shall we right now? I think we'll take the masks off.
Yeah, it's clear enough. All right, masks off then, men.
That's a bit better. We'll breathe a little easier now.
Yeah. Right, you 3 men come with me. The filing cabinets must be opened. Everything photographed. Vickers, see to the dictaphone unit.
Right, come on, man, look lively.
Okay, right. Come on now. We want to get these files open. I want to finish the old job today. Okay. Vickers, open that cabinet. Now, the top secret one.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. Every of these files got to be photographed at once.
In the inner office, Emma Peel sat near George Webster's desk. They were both staring silently in front of them. Emma Peel had a notebook on her knee. The door opened and Vickers came in. He placed a dictaphone on the desk, connected it, and grinned as he pressed the starting button.
The time is 10:30, and it has just begun to rain. It is a perfectly normal, perfectly ordinary day, and work continues as it would on any ordinary day. It is now 11:15, raining quite heavily now, but still a perfectly ordinary day.
Vickers grinned again, left the machine running, and closed the door. John Steed was not fool enough to approach the cipher headquarters by the main entrance. Once he noticed the fleet of cleaning vans in the forecourt, he headed for the woods at the back of the building and moved stealthily through them. One of the classy glass guards was foolish enough to light a cigarette. As he struck the match, the hook of Steed's umbrella came round the tree, fastened itself round the man's neck, and pulled him back viciously against the tree trunk.
Smoking on duty? Oh, very bad for the throat and lungs. Like this.
A short while after, Steed, in the white overalls of a window cleaner, walked confidently up to one of the armed guards on duty.
What's wrong? Anything wrong out there in the woods?
Good morning. I don't think so.
What? What the devil are you doing with that umbrella?
This? Oh, this.
Well brollied, Steed. Steed, swinging his very useful umbrella, walked confidently into the main building, where the high-speed photography of all top-secret papers was going ahead quite smoothly.
How many more to go? The last lot now. Yeah, a perfect operation.
Now, I'm getting hungry. Murray sandwiches.
Vickers approached Murray's desk. The security man was staring down at a pad in his hand and didn't move when Vickers opened the top drawer of his desk and removed a package of sandwiches.
You like one, Maskin? Ham and chutney. Good.
No, thanks, now. Time to check our patients now.
Oh, gas will hold them for another hour yet.
Maskin walked into Webster's office. There was a pause and...
I'll try this for size.
Steed dropped a window cleaning pail on Maskin's head. And picking him up, threw
him across the room.
What the... It's Steed. Oh, get... Never speak with your mouth full, old chap.
Here, get him!
Back in Webster's office, Steed locked the door. The dictaphone was still monotonously droning out its message.
It is now 35 minutes past 3, and the rain has stopped. But the skies are still cloudy, and it is a perfect...
Steed switched off the dictaphone and spoke rapidly into it.
Listen carefully, Mrs. Beale. I shall count up to 3, and you'll wake in a perfectly normal way. 1, 2, 3. Wake up.
Steed slipped a pair of headphones over Mrs. Peel's ears and switched on the dictaphone. 3 seconds later...
Oh, Steed, hello.
Busy day, Mrs. Peel?
Not particularly. Nothing really interesting happened, really. What the devil's that?
Funny you think it's so dull. Watch out!
2 men rushed in. Steed dodged one, hit the second hard. Mrs. Peel, not to be left out, seized the first one, got a good hold, and threw him through the window.
What happened to cause all that, Steed?
Sleeping on the job, Mrs. Peel. Assisted by the latest line in hypnotic gases. Come on, let's see if we can't get Mother.
Stay where you are, Steed. That'll be quite sufficient.
Lather. Might have known. Chap who owns Classy Glass. Well, I suppose someone had to train these types to kill as well as clean.
You've caused us a great deal of trouble. Your mistake was meeting us on our own ground. Now, don't move. This gun is loaded.
And you've got them all. Jarrett, Peters, and Ferret.
Hardly disturb the office routine. That's the beauty of hypnotics. People only see what they want to see.
Well, it is useful, I agree. You'll just climb in any window and no one blinks an eye.
Exactly. Even when I pull this trigger, Steed, no one will react.
Sorry, old chap, but you've forgotten the cardinal rule for window cleaners.
What's that?
Never leave your ladder unattended.
Mrs. Peel, who had been standing near the window, had seized the end of it and pulled it into the room. Lather turned, Steed knocked the gun out of his hand and hit him. Mrs. Peel pulled the whole ladder into the room and dropped it on Lather's head.
So he was behind it all. That's the man. What happened?
A snake in the grass? Well, yes, naturally. I mean, with all these ladders about, there's bound to be a snake somewhere. Care for lunch on this perfectly ordinary day, Mrs. Peel?
Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Signal gasoline. Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, sing a song of murder. Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Success is a curious thing. Sometimes it comes very slowly, the result of a lifetime of dull drudgery. And sometimes it comes quickly, almost overnight. It was that way with Bill Randall. The fact that he was the most popular singer in the country wasn't as amazing as how quickly it had happened. Less than a year, and he was on top. His voice was as much a part of the average teenager's life as her bobby socks. Everybody was very happy about it. Everybody, that is, except Bill Randall. Bill wasn't happy at all. And after his broadcast one night, as he was taking his manager home, he told him why.
Show went pretty well, Bill, but I thought you were going to run over a little. Now, you got to learn to judge times better. Why don't you get in the habit of timing everything you do? That way you
Look,
probably
Gordon,
learn...
I didn't offer to take you home to hear a lecture. I could be doing other things, you know.
Yeah, I know, Romeo. You and your swooning dames. But I didn't ask for the lift. Diana got to pick me up.
I want to talk to you.
So you want to talk to me? Hey, better slow down a little. They keep this highway pretty well patrolled. That's better. Keep it at 35 and they'll never bother you. That way we ought to get out to my place about 10 minutes to 10 anyway.
What do you do, drive the local bus?
No, I just timed it. At 35 miles per hour, it takes just 36 minutes over the highway. You see, that's what I mean about timing things. That's what you ought to do.
Gordon, what I want to talk to you about is...
You can switch on your country beam now.
Let me do the driving, will you? Frank, that contract of ours.
Yeah, what about it?
I'd like to buy it back.
Not a chance, Golden Voice.
Oh, I'm getting pretty sick of getting hooked. I'm willing to give you $10,000 for it.
Don't make me laugh. You're worth $500,000 to me.
Yeah, that's just it. I'd like to start making some money for myself for a change.
Now, why start that again?
Well, I think it's a dirty deal, and I don't mind telling you.
Dirty deal? That's gratitude for you. Listen, hotshot. Who were you before I got hold of you, anyway? Just another punk singing in a joint. I'm the guy that built you up. I put you where you are.
You? My voice put me where I am.
So you got a voice. Look, Swooner boy, there are lots of guys floating around with voices just as good as yours. The biggest asset you've got is a smart manager. I'm the guy that's made the difference between you and all the other two-bit troubadours in this town. You see those girls swooning all over the studios tonight? I did that for you. Why shouldn't I get a cut?
A cut? You call 40% of my earnings just a cut?
No, more than I should get, Randall. Anyway, why should you worry? You're making big money.
You're making it, you mean. Time I pay you off and my agent and taxes, I haven't got anything left. And what happens when they don't like me anymore? I gotta think of the future.
Listen, pretty voice, I'll do the worrying if any needs to be done. You just keep on singing.
That contract's got 6 more years to run.
I know, I wrote it.
By that time, I won't even have a voice left. My doctor told me. He said I've got to take it easy. I've been overworking my throat.
And it gargle.
And I won't have any money left either. I'm not the one who's getting rich on this setup, you know.
This isn't getting you anywhere, Randall. I'm not going to sell you your contract. I'm not going to tear it up, and I'm sure not going to give it to you. You signed it. I've got it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that.
Listen, Welcher. You start trying any smart stuff about backing out of that contract, and you're going to find yourself in trouble right up to that fat head of yours. You understand? Here's a turn.
I know.
Hey, stop in here at Gus's. I'll buy you some gas.
Oh, do you think you can afford it? I've got a full tank.
No, don't start getting nasty.
Gordon, that contract.
I said forget it. Well, let's see. 4 minutes to 10. We're right on time. There's the cutoff.
Will you quit that timing routine? What cutoff?
Oh, it's the old road from town. Cuts off a little distance, but nobody uses it anymore. Now they get the highway. Come on in.
No, thanks.
Come on in. I got some endorsements I want you to sign. Besides, you can have a drink to soothe those poor, overworked tonsils of yours.
That isn't very funny.
Come on.
Oh, all right.
I guess Diana stayed home tonight.
Hello, Dad. Oh. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Diana.
You have any luck finding a housekeeper today?
No. Guess I have to carry on a while longer.
Well, it's not going to hurt those delicate hands of yours. I got those endorsements in my desk, Randall. Come and take a look at them.
What are you going to do, make me sign them?
What do you mean?
That gun in the drawer.
Oh. No, Glamour boy. I don't think I have to use a gun to handle you. I just keep it because it's a good idea to have one. Living way out here, you know. Well, here they are. Look 'em over. I'll go fix some drinks.
Oh, I'll fix them, Dad. You stay here.
Nuh-uh. You mix drinks like a Sunday school teacher. I'll fix them. You stay and keep Golden Throat here company.
Well, Diana, you trying to avoid me?
Why, no,
How about proving it, then?
What do you mean? Bill, don't.
What's the matter with wanting a kid?
It's just that that's about all you ever seem to think about anymore.
Well, you know anything better to think about?
You think that just because you're where you are now, you can have anything you want.
Well, seems to work.
You didn't used to be that way, Bill.
I didn't know what the score was.
I remember how you used to be. We used to go for walks after the late floor show and buy popcorn and just talk. And you used to tell me the things you wanted to do.
Oh, kid stuff. I wasn't dry behind the ears.
And now you are?
Oh, let's not dig up that stuff, Diana. How about dinner tomorrow night?
I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Oh, how about the night after?
I'm busy then, too.
Sure you are. You're probably busy the night after that, too. You're always busy now when I want a date. It didn't used to be that way before I signed the contract.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Before I signed that contract with your dad, you were very willing to go out with me.
Bill, that had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no, nothing at all. You just used to see me to hear me sing because you liked me. You just told your dad about me out of kindness. And you just talked me into signing with him because you thought he'd do something for me.
That happens to be the truth. I don't think Dad's been fair with you either, and I've told him so.
You expect me to believe that? I'm not that big a dope, even if I was silly enough to think you loved me.
I did, Bill, I did. You were sort of a nice guy in those days. But now, well, you've changed.
You're the one who's changed.
I love you, Bill. But I'd love you a lot more if you signed your soul over to my father.
Bill, don't say things like
Yeah,
that.
the truth hurts, doesn't it?
It isn't the truth, and you know it. You've no right to talk like that. You've got that idea in your head, and you won't listen to anything else. You've gotten so bullheaded, so conceited that you just
All
can't
right,
say...
okay. It doesn't matter anymore, I guess. I'm hooked. But listen, Diana. Someday I'm going to get even, understand?
Get out of here!
Remember, someday I'm going to get even.
Well, Bill, that wasn't exactly a tender love scene between you and Diana, was it? Those things she said about you, how you changed, how conceited you were, they didn't set very well, did they? They made you pretty angry. You told her you were hooked. It looks as if you were right. The juicy offers flooding in don't make you feel any better about it either, do they? They just put more pressure on you, make you realize you've got to figure a way out of that contract. Then your throat starts bothering you again. So you go to see your doctor.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, Mr. Randall.
Yeah? What is it, Doc?
You've got to quit singing for a while.
Oh. Well, I'll take a week off.
It'll have to be a lot longer than that. You'll have to quit for at least a year.
A year? Oh, I can't do that.
You'd better. If you don't...
If I don't?
Your voice won't last another 6 months.
6 months. That's what the doctor said, Bill. 6 months. Then you'll be all washed up, no voice left. And the money you've got won't even pay your debts. You know, you've got to think of something. The pressure's building up, Bill. You've got to find a way to break that contract. The next day you go to see your lawyer. You figure maybe he can help you. And he does, without knowing it. As you sit listening to him, an idea starts coming to you.
No, Bill, I've been over that contract a dozen times. There isn't a loophole in it. It's airtight.
Look, Steve, suppose I tried to prove that I didn't realize what I was signing.
No, I'm afraid not. You did know what you were signing, and you could never prove you didn't. You just didn't realize it was going to mean so much money. No, you might as well give up and serve out that 6 years, because as long as he's alive and kicking, he's never going to let you out of it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, even if Gordon should die, his share would go to his daughter. He's seen to that.
Yeah.
So they're both holding the whip hand over you, Bill, both of them.
Yeah, I'd have to get rid of both of them.
Well, I'm glad you still have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Well, Steve, I'll be running along. Thanks for everything.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you any. Let's get together soon for a little golf, huh?
Okay. So long.
So long, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got to get rid of both of them.
It was just last Monday on The Whistler that Signal Oil Company first announced new post-war Signal gasoline. Yet in that short week, thousands of Western drivers have made a wonderful discovery. A discovery of thrilling new performance they never dreamed was built into their cars. For new Signal isn't just another gasoline, not just pre-war quality, not just an improvement on old-style gasoline, but an entirely new type super fuel that embodies in one giant stride the amazing advances of wartime chemistry. Yes, new Signal is the new gasoline you can actually prove is superior. Prove it in 4 ways. 1, with quicker starting the moment you touch the button. 2, faster pickup. You actually feel it. 3, higher anti-knock. Just listen to that old motor purr, even on steepest hills. And 4, you'll find you go farther than ever with new Signal, because you'll be shifting less, enjoying more economical high-gear miles. Really now, wouldn't you like to discover just how much fun driving can be? The way to do that, you know, is to drive into one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign and say, "Fill her up with new Signal gasoline." And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Bill Randall, if you want to break that contract with Frank Gordon, you've got to get rid of both him and his daughter, Diana. That's the only way out, isn't it? You've made up your mind to that. But you know you need a plan, Bill, and you need an alibi. Not too much of an alibi, just enough. After your show that night, waiting for your appointment with Gordon, you're thinking about it. The plan is starting to come to you.
You're late?
Look, I'm not in the mood for any cracks.
It wasn't a crack. What's eating you?
Diana.
What's the matter with Diana?
That little dope, I ought to knock some sense into her.
Why, what'd she do?
Oh, I cut down her allowance for running the house and didn't tell us how one of her checks bounced. She got all upset about it and we had a big scene.
So you had a big scene?
Yeah, but it was in front of a lot of people we had at the house. I lost my temper and slapped her. She told me she hated me and went to her room.
In front of all those people? Oh, that's too bad. Well, what'd you want to see me about?
You know what I want to see you about. Those endorsements. You stormed out of the house without signing them.
Yeah, so I did.
Now I've got to come traipsing around to give them to you. Looks like I have to plan everything for everybody. Well, here they are, little boy. Maybe you can quit pouting long enough to put the famous name on the dotted line. Hurry it up, too. It costing me good money here. Now, get off the dime.
I'm going to sign them. Go on.
It's about time, prima donna. Here.
Well, you almost lost your temper again, didn't you, Bill? You almost said something else. You've got to watch that. But the plan's beginning to take shape in your mind. That scene between Gordon and Diana in front of all those people. You can use that, can't you, Bill? That'll fit in very well. And what was that Gordon said about having to plan everything? Why not let him plan this too, Bill? You start remembering things he's told you, things you can use. It takes 36 minutes to Gordon's house over the highway, remember that? And there's a cutoff. And that gun in his drawer. You can use those things, Bill, all of them. Maybe it'd be a good idea for you to find the shortcut. So one day you drive out that way and locate it. It's a nice deserted road, and you time the trip. You can go as fast as you want on the shortcut. Fast enough to make it in 18 minutes. 18 from 36 leaves 18, doesn't it, Bill? 18 minutes to kill Gordon and get up to the gas station on the corner so it'll look as if you came over the highway all the way. That's all the alibi you want, isn't it, Bill? Just enough. Now all you need is the right night.
Hello?
Hello, Diana.
Oh. You want to speak to Dad?
No, you.
Look, Bill, I thought we'd settled all that. I don't see why you keep calling up every night for a date. I've told you there's no
But, Diana, I want to see you, to tell you that
You told me enough the other night. I don't think there's anything more to say, and I wish you'd stop calling.
Suppose you're busy tonight.
Yes, I am.
Anybody I know?
That's another thing I wish you'd stop asking. It doesn't happen to be any of your business.
No, I just want to know who the lucky guy is.
It isn't a guy. I happen to be going over to Dorothy King's house for the evening. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, sure. Have a good time.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, say, Diana,
Yes.
as long as you won't go out with me, I might as well take care of some business tonight. Would you tell your dad I'll be out around 10 to talk over some things?
I'll tell him.
Thanks, Diana. Bye.
Goodbye.
Dorothy King's, huh? That's 3 miles the other side of Gordon's. Just right. Okay, tonight's the night. That's about all for this broadcast, folks. This is Bill Randall thanking you for listening and asking you to be around same time tomorrow night. Is it a date?
Yes, be with us tomorrow night, same time, same station, for another edition of Songs by Bill Randall. And don't forget, this is National Safety Week. Drive safely and save a life. It may be yours.
This is Bill Randall saying good night.
You ducked the autograph, kids, and you're out of the studio now, hurrying toward your car. You knocked him dead again tonight, didn't you, Bill? But you're not thinking about that now. All you're thinking about is your car waiting for you, and your time schedule for the next 45 minutes. It's all timed, Bill, timed to the minute. And here's your car.
Are you Bill Randall?
Yes, officer.
This your car?
Yes, it is. Well, what's the trouble?
I'd like to check your brakes. This is National Safety Week, you know. We're checking cars.
Oh, well, officer, would you mind if I got it down the road away? I've got an appointment in that direction, and I don't want to be late.
Well, I guess okay. Only don't forget to do it. You'll probably be stopped anyway.
Thanks, officer. I'll take care of it.
That gave you a start, didn't it, Bill, seeing that cop standing beside your car? For a single panicky moment, you thought he might know what you're going to do. But he couldn't know that, Bill. He just wanted to tell you it's National Safety Week. That's a laugh, isn't it? It's not exactly going to be National Safety Week for Gordon, is it? But you're late now. He cost you 2 valuable minutes, and you can't afford that. If you're going to stay on schedule, you've got to hurry, Bill. You've got to hurry. You're on the back road now, speeding up. The minutes are sliding by. 10, 11, faster down the back road. 13, 14, your foot's pushing the pedal to the floor. 16, 17, the car's wide open. You're going to make it, Bill. 18, 19, and you're there, around the bend from Gordon's. You're almost on schedule now, Bill, but you've still got to hurry.
Say, what's the... Bill, what's the matter?
Quick, Frank, your gun.
Well, what's the trouble?
Someone's following me.
Following you?
Yeah, quick, give me your gun.
Oh, okay, it's right in here. I'll get it. Here it is. Now, where is he?
Thank you, Frank.
Well, there it is. Don't just stand there, stupid. I thought someone was after you.
No, Gordon. Someone's after you.
Hey, what is this? Put down that gun.
Not just yet, Gordon.
Have you gone crazy? Give me that
Don't
gun.
move. No, Gordon, I haven't gone crazy. I was crazy to sign that contract, but I'm not anymore.
Well, you're blowing your top.
I'm going to break that contract, Gordon. And I'm going to use your gun to do it.
Don't be a fool. You can't get away with it. They'll find you.
I don't think so, Gordon. They'll be too busy pinning it on someone else.
Well, Randall, say, maybe we better talk a little.
Shut up. You've talked enough. I'll get on that phone and call Diana.
Diana? I don't know where she is.
Oh, quit stalling. You know she's at Dorothy King's. I'll pick up that phone and dial Crescent 2417. Tell her to come home immediately. It's an emergency. And nothing more. You understand?
Okay. Hello? I'd like to talk to Diana, please. This is her father. Now, for the last time, Bill, will you...
Shut up.
Hello, Diana? Listen, baby, come home right away. It's an emergency.
She ought to make it in about 5 minutes, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, that gives you about 30 seconds more to live.
Now, Randall,
You know, Gordon, you used to tell me I couldn't judge time, didn't you? Well, I've gotten better. This is timed to the minute.
But, Bill, for pity's sake...
You might be interested in knowing just how well it is timed. Diana's going to get here in a few minutes, and a little after that, the cops are going to walk in and find her standing over your dead body. I think they'll jump at the obvious conclusion.
Diana, why? You're not going to drag her
Quite
into
the
this.
fun parent all of a sudden, aren't you? Yes, I'm going to drag her into it. And when the cops hear about that scene between the two of you the other day, and when I show them something I've got in my pocket, I don't think they'll have much trouble establishing a motive for her. Pretty neat, don't you think?
No, Bill, no. Now, listen, please. Let's talk this over, huh? You
yes,
won't.
Gordon.
Don't, no.
Yes.
No.
You've done it, Bill. There he is, and you're not even nervous. Your plan has worked beautifully so far. It's 20 to 10, Bill. That gives you 5 minutes to make a phone call and get up to the service station on the corner.
Hello, police. This is Frank Gordon at 21 Denning Lane. Come over right away.
You're through now, Bill, except for the fingerprints. Don't forget to wipe them off the gun and phone and door. Now you're ready. Out the door, back to the car. Get it started. Down the back road, turn to the right. Down the side road toward the highway, around the block, and into the service station on the corner. You made it, Bill.
Yes, sir?
5 of the regular.
You betcha. Joe? 5 regular. A little cooler tonight, huh?
What? Oh, yeah, it is.
Hey, mister, did you know your taillight's out?
No, I didn't. I'll have it fixed.
Yeah, but let me do it now. Only takes a minute to put in a new bulb.
Well, I don't know whether I've got time. Got an appointment.
Oh.
What time is it?
Let's see. About 10 minutes of 10.
10 of 10. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, okay. Put it in.
Hey, just take a minute. I got the bulbs right here. Just laid in a new supply. It's National Safety Week, you know. Cops checking for things like this. Taillights, brakes, and driver's licenses.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Good thing, too. Helps cut down the number of accidents. Can't be too careful, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Can't be too careful.
Yeah, well, there it is. Well, very simple. Well, water okay?
Yeah. How much do I owe you?
90 cents.
Here's a buck. Keep the dime.
Thanks. Hope you're not late for your appointment.
I don't think I'll be. Oh.
Come in. You're Mr. Randall?
Yeah, officer. What's happened?
I was told you were expected.
What's the matter? Diana.
Oh, Bill, dead.
What?
Mr. Gordon is dead.
Dead? Oh, how? What happened?
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, no, Diana. Of course you didn't.
Mr. Randall, we'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Why, sure.
You had a 10 o'clock appointment with Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
Did you see him earlier?
Why, no.
Did you talk to him over the phone?
Not today.
What was your appointment about?
Why, it was just some business.
What kind of business?
Well, I'd rather not say. It might look like...
Let's have it, Randall.
Well, all right. It was about this agreement I have here. Gordon was going to sell me his interest in my contract. This was the agreement. I was going to give him $10,000. Here's the check.
What?
Well, he said he told you, Diana. I asked him especially because you stood to inherit your father's interest in my contract if anything happened to him. That's why I didn't want to mention this business. You know, it might look like she... Well,
I see. You've been a big help to us, Mr. Randall.
But I'm sure you can account for Diana's whereabouts throughout the evening, officer.
Yes, we can. We know where she was a little after the time Gordon was murdered. She was right in this room. And with what you've told us, I'd say the case was just about wound up.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's a special message for you folks from Missouri, the Show Me State, or any of the rest of you who like proof. For I want to show you just why it is that New Signal is so superior to old-style gasolines. Why New Signal is actually an entirely new type, super fuel. You see, gasoline is composed of countless different hydrocarbon molecules. In pre-war gasolines, the molecules were left just as nature made them. But under the impetus of war, chemists found how to take the molecules themselves apart, actually how to rearrange the atoms within the molecules. The result is the thrilling, amazing power of Signal's new gasoline, bringing you performance so immediately apparent you can feel it, see it, hear it. Yet in new Signal, you enjoy this premium performance at no extra cost. Now, if you have that Missouri trait, I can hear you saying, "You gotta show me." And that's just what we want to do. Next time, fill up with new Signal. Let a tank full of this new super fuel show you in your own car that new Signal is the new gasoline you can prove is superior. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Bill, the case is just about wound up. That's what the officer said, and now you're trying not to smile. It looks as if your plan worked perfectly, doesn't it? But the officer's still talking, Bill.
Yes.
Maybe you better pay attention to what he's saying.
We know where Miss Gordon was, because she picked me up on her way over here and brought me with her. There are lots of us on the highway tonight. It's National Safety Week, you know. You see, that telephone call she got from her father sort of aroused her suspicions. She hadn't told him where she was going tonight. As a matter of fact, you were the only one who knew.
Me?
Anyway, when we got here together and discovered the body, and I checked up with the people Miss Gordon had been with, I knew she couldn't very well have done it.
But I don't...
Randall, can you account for your whereabouts?
Why, yes. Yes, I can. I left the studio right after my show at 9:15, drove out here on the highway, stopped for gas at the corner. I think I got there about 10 of 10.
I see. Anything unusual happen on the highway?
Why, no. I just drove along at my usual speed.
That's very interesting, Randall. Very interesting. I told you it was National Safety Week. It so happens we've been stopping everyone on the highway since 8 tonight, checking driver's licenses. I'm sure we'd have stopped you if you'd been on the highway. I think you'd better come with us.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Reif, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is Marvin Miller speaking, and suggesting that you try New Signal, the new gasoline you can prove is superior. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. One way that you can help your country's war effort is to put in all the coal you'll need for home heating right away. It's a patriotic thing to do because transportation facilities are needed for war supplies. Get in touch with your neighborhood blue coal dealer, who at present has reserves of blue coal on hand. There is no shortage of blue coal today, and suppliers should be adequate to meet the needs of every user. However, circumstances may change, and it's wise not to take chances. There's a long stretch of cold weather ahead of us, so don't delay. Fill your coal bin now and be safe. Call your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Pulls the Strings.
They call me Goro. Don't ask who I am or where I came from. Just let us say there is a man called Goro. A man? Can you call a freak of nature, a twisted monstrosity, an evil, ugly thing a man? No. I am Goro, nature's bizarre caricature of a man. I'm not pleasant to look upon, and I am strong enough to compel fear. The weakness of my withered limbs is compensated by the strength of my arms. Is it not strange that I, with my almost useless legs, should want to dance? Is it not amusing that I, who could have been the greatest ballet master in the world, should play with puppets, with articulated dolls which I dangle on the ends of strings? Is it not strange that I should hate all those who move gracefully, beautifully? No, my friends, it is not strange.
But Diane, tomorrow you are giving another dance concert, and this requires your immediate approval. All my plans for the charity review depend on it.
Well, then I can guess it has something to do with your wonderful marionettes.
So far you are right. The rest is the surprise.
Oh, is it?
Here we are. This is my studio.
Oh, it's very charming, Rico.
Well, shall we go in?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Oh, yeah. You'd better go first, Rico. It's dark.
Afraid of the dark, my dear? Oh, then we shall have light. What is it?
Oh, those shrouded figures hanging from the ceiling. For a moment I thought
They were people hanging there? Oh, no, my dear. Merely my life-size puppets. That is all. Now for the surprise.
Rico. Oh, don't think me silly, but you won't be gone long.
No, I am just going into the workroom.
This room seems so eerie, with all your puppets hanging from the ceiling. Perhaps if you turned on more light.
I am sorry, my dear, but there is no more light. Now, you must close your eyes. I will tell you when to open.
All right. You're making a great mystery of this, Rico.
I want to see your face when I bring back the surprise.
Strange. It's my music. My music for my danse macabre. Oh, Rico. I've got my eyes closed. When may I see the surprise? How much longer, Rico? Rico!
No longer.
Oh, no. No!
So, Goro's twisted body offends you, eh, Miss Childer?
Who are you?
I'm the brother of Rico, puppeteer extraordinary.
Brother?
Yes, Miss Childer. The handsome Rico is my brother. Or should I say the handsome Rico is my face?
I don't understand.
I am Rico's genius. My brother is without talent. I make these puppets and I make them dance. Even Rico dangles from my strings, obeys me.
You?
I revolt you, Miss Childer, eh? Unfortunately, my ugliness has always done that.
I'm so sorry, and now I must leave.
Not yet.
No.
I've seen you dance, Miss Childer. Your muscular control and coordination are magnificent, but...
Where is Rico?
But you lack imagination.
I'm sure you're quite right. Now, please let me go.
I will make you the greatest dancer in the world.
My arm. You're hurting it.
Yes, I must not hurt your arm. I must not bruise the muscles or sinews, for then you would be spoiled for my purpose. But I am strong, am I not? If I wanted to, I could crush the life from you with my hands.
Please, Goro, I must go. I really must.
No, Miss Charlie, you must not go.
What do you want of me?
Some must be the puppets, and some must pull the strings. I have no choice in that matter.
Oh, no.
Now, look, Miss Lane, Cranston, I'm perfectly willing to buy a ticket for the charity review. But why do I have to go and see that stupid Punch and Judy show and be bored?
Punch and Judy show? Why, Commissioner Weston, Rico is probably the greatest puppeteer in the world.
And I still say it's a Punch and Judy show, and I still don't like it. I'm too old for that kid stuff.
Oh, why, Commissioner? Rico's puppets are a work of art.
Work of art? Well, they can stay out of my cab. They can stay out.
What's he talking about?
What did you say, Shrevey?
I am thinking about a sad experience my bosom friend and companion, Big Charlie, is having one time with puppets. As fortune is having it, he is driving a vaudeville dog act from here all the way to Boston in his cab he's driving.
Well, what's that got to do with Rico's puppets, Shrevey?
Well, up to the time of this horrible experience, he is having with this now vaudeville dog act, he is liking dogs immensely, he is liking.
Shrevey, I don't get it.
Big Charlie did. Right in the back of his cab, he got it. One of the dogs in the vaudeville act is picking this time to have puppets.
Puppets? Oh, Shrevey.
Well, it's not so funny to Big Charlie, I can tell you.
Shrevey, you mean puppies.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Cranston. Baby dogs, little puppets.
Yeah. Little puppets. In case anyone is interested, that stoplight has changed.
Yes, sir, it certainly has. What? Oh, golly.
If we have to go to that Punch and Judy show, let's get there in time for tonight's performance.
Commissioner, you can stop applauding now.
Eh? Amazing, isn't it? Oh, that man Rico does amazing things with those life-size puppets.
So you don't like the Punch and Judy show, eh, Commissioner?
Now, spare my feelings, Miss Lane.
You know, there were times when I almost forgot that those puppets were just things of wood and wire. They seemed so natural, so lifelike.
There's the curtain. What's the next act, Lamont?
I believe it's the Dance Macabre.
Dance Macabre? Isn't that the number that the dancer Diane Childer has made so famous?
Diane Childer?
Quiet, quiet, Cranston. Annoy the people.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Lamont, that puppet is wonderful.
Yes. It's beautifully made.
Why, it looks exactly like Diane Childer, the dancer who disappeared.
Oh, yes. So it does. I remember reading about...
Diane! Diane, my sister!
Lamont, that woman!
What's the matter with her?
Now, Doctor, where is this woman who made the disturbance in the theater?
She's in the inner office, lying down, Commissioner Weston.
What seems to be wrong with her, Doctor?
Oh, nothing. A simple case of overwrought nerves. You see, her sister, Diane Childer, has been missing for 2 or 3 days. The puppet, she says, looked so much like her sister that...
Why, Lamont, I said that very thing.
Yes. So you did, Margot.
Where is this woman who ruined my performance?
Who are you?
The man asks who I am. I am Rico.
Mr. Rico, the woman who, as you say, ruined your performance happens to be Diane Childer's sister.
Oh, yes? Oh, I know Diane Childer very well. I am a great admirer of her dancing.
Diane Childer's been missing for several days, Mr. Rico. Would you know why?
Oh, Cranston, relax. You're making a murder case of this business.
Murder?
Oh, don't get upset, Mr. Rico. If you'll step into the inner office with me, alone, why, we'll ask Diane Childer's sister a few questions. You'll forgive us, I'm sure, Cranston, Miss Lane.
Well, I like that.
So do I, Margot. Because now we can go backstage and have a look at Rico's puppets without being disturbed.
Backstage?
Margot, I have a feeling that the puppet used in the Dance Macabre is not a puppet.
Why, Lamont, Rico wouldn't have to stoop to tricks to win his public. He's the world's greatest puppeteer.
He'd have to be, Margot, because I believe he was making a human body dance on his puppet strings.
We'll continue with Act Two of Death Pulls the Strings in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's talk about your kind of weather, the private weather inside your home. Nowadays, with the help of blue coal, you can have just the kind of weather you like. Comfortably warm and yet not too hot, because blue coal burns evenly and smoothly. In fact, this tested superior home fuel is especially prepared, sized, and carefully graded for home use. Yes, it fits the requirements of your furnace. It's tailor-made for your home. That's why you're sure of complete satisfaction when you heat your home with blue coal. What's more, it's easier than ever to operate your furnace when you not only use blue coal, but also have the automatic blue coal heat regulator. This remarkable fuel saver is rapidly becoming a must in home heating. It's easily and quickly installed, and man, the work it saves will be a real eye-opener to you. All you do is set the indicator at the temperature you want and let science go to work for you from then on. Ask your neighborhood blue coal dealer for a free demonstration of the money-saving blue coal heat regulator. He's listed under the words blue coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Call him tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow.
Here's the stage door, Margot. Let's go in and find out exactly what our friend Mr. Rico was up to.
All right. Doesn't seem to be anyone around.
Oh. Stage doorman must have gone around to the front of the theater to see what the commotion was. Come on. Let's go on stage. Now, this way.
Lamont, I've got a feeling that someone's watching us.
We've got to be quick about this. Rick will be coming back any minute now.
There's not much light on back
Margot,
here.
there's the puppeteer's bridge. That's where they stand above the stage.
Oh, I see. They're up above and they dangle the puppets on wires.
Oh, here they are.
What?
These shrouded figures hanging here behind the scenery are the puppets.
Which is the one used in the Dance Macabre number?
No, let's see. That's not this one. Maybe it's this one here. No,
Lamont, suppose Rico's hidden it.
he hasn't had time, Margot. Oh, yes, of course.
What?
It's still on stage in front of the scenery. I should have thought of
You
that.
should have thought that you have no right to be here.
What? Lamont!
I'm not very pleasant to look upon, am I, miss? Now, will you please explain?
Well, you see, we're very much interested in the puppeteer's art, so we just thought we'd...
Have a look around.
Yes.
Yes. You're very convincing, Mr.
Cranston, Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
They call me Goro. Rico chooses to call me his assistant.
Lamont, I think we'd better go.
Not yet. Exactly what were you looking for?
I would like very much to see the puppet used in the Dance Macabre number.
That is not possible.
Well, it's your privilege to refuse to show it to us.
Yes, that is right. And what would you think if I refused to show it to you?
What I think is my privilege.
Yes. That also is true. You have heard that old saying, Mr. Cranston, curiosity once killed a cat? A cat is hard to kill. A cat has 9 lives. A curious man has but 1.
Are you threatening me?
I'm warning you.
Well, let's go, Margot. There are other means of seeing this puppet.
Meaning you will go to the police, Mr. Cranston?
Take it any way you please. Come on, Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Wait, I will show her to you. Here.
Lamont! It's...
Just a puppet. Made of wire and wood.
What did you expect to find, Mr. Cranston? A human body?
Hello?
That you, Cranston?
Yes, Commissioner. What is it?
Cranston, I want you and Miss Lane to come to Pier 19 on the East River immediately.
But we can't, Commissioner. We're going to...
I don't care where you're going. This is important. Come to Pier 19 East River. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, Commissioner. We'll be there.
Well, Commissioner, I suppose you know you ruined our evening. Now, what's so important?
Cranston, I want you and Miss Lane to identify a body.
A body? Lamont.
We found her floating in the river.
When was the body found?
About an hour ago. She's over here under this tarpaulin.
Why do you ask us to identify her?
Because you know her. Or rather, you knew her. Okay, Cardona, pull the tarpaulin off.
Right, Chief.
Diane Childer.
Yes, Margot.
Oh, Lamont.
All right, Cardona, put the tarp back. Sorry to call you here for this sort of thing, but we needed your identification for the death warrant. You see, we couldn't locate her sister.
And you won't locate her sister, Commissioner.
Why not?
Because I found out that Diane Childer never had a sister.
Oh, Cranston, I talked with her myself last night at the theater.
That woman was an imposter.
Uh-huh. Still playing detective, eh, Cranston?
Still playing hard to convince, eh, Commissioner? I presume you noticed Diane Childer's hands just now.
What about them?
Take a good look, Commissioner. Well, Margot, I don't believe our services are needed here any longer, so good night, Weston.
Yeah, go home and read a mystery book. Good night.
Lamont, what about Diane Childer's hands?
Margot, they looked as though they'd been attached to wires.
Wires? Then you were right about Rico using a human puppet.
Perhaps. But I think he holds the answer to that question. And the Shadow is going to pay a call on Rico, puppeteer extraordinary.
You've got your money. Now what do you want?
Rico, I read in the papers that this Diane Childer is actually missing.
So much the better for Rico's publicity. Perhaps now Goro will realize that I have wit and that I am clever.
What?
Oh, nothing. Now, Rico will be greater than ever, and he will have to admit that I did it without his knowledge, that I thought of it myself.
Rico, listen to me. Where is this woman? What have you done with her?
Oh, I do not know.
I thought this was just a stunt for the papers, but if you...
I do not know where she is, I tell you. Now go.
All right. I'm leaving. You know, when I screamed last night in the theater, it was only partly an act. There was something about that puppet in the dance macabre that was lifelike and yet...
Of course. I am the great Rico.
And yet deathlike.
What do you say?
What are you blabbing about in here, Rico?
Oh!
Who is this woman? What is she doing here?
Oh, I can tell you now, Goro. I hired her to pose as Diane Childer's sister.
So it was you who concocted that stunt for the papers, you stupid, blundering fool. You woman.
Me?
Get out of here.
Yes.
Get out before
Yes, I'm going. I'm going.
I ought to kill you.
Oh, no, Goro. I am your brother. I wanted to help. I thought it
You
would be
thought?
good.
Since when have I allowed you to think? Since when have I allowed you to do anything but be my face for the world?
And so, Goro, you are betrayed by your own brother.
What? Who said that?
I heard a voice, Goro.
It is the voice of the Shadow, Rico.
Where are you? I can't see you. Where are you hiding in my studio?
The hiding place of the Shadow will never be found, Goro. No man has ever seen me.
I am not afraid of you, unseen one.
What do you want? Why did you come here?
Rico, the puppet used in the dance macabre was not a puppet, but the body of Diane Childer.
I don't know. Shadow, I do not work the puppets. He does.
Shut up! You're a fool, my brother.
Goro, you murdered Diane Childer, didn't you?
I defy you to prove that voice. There is no proof.
The Shadow will prove it, Goro.
Oh, no, Shadow. Never.
Other criminals have thought themselves a match for the Shadow and have paid for their crimes.
Not Goro. Never Goro.
We shall see. We shall see. Here we are. Rico's studio is just around the corner, Margot. Remember what you're to do?
Yes. I'm to give you 5 minutes, and then if you don't come out, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and get him here quickly.
Right. I'd hate to wear those big hands of Goro's as a collar very long.
Oh, Lamont, don't joke about it. You know how strong he is.
All right, Margot. Everything's going to be all right.
What do you want? Why am I always...
I want to see Rico, Goro.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are the curious man, the man who is interested in the art of puppeteering. Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
How fortunate that you came tonight.
I want to speak with Rico.
Yes? Well, I'm afraid that's impossible.
I demand that you take me to him.
But I have He's here, in the studio.
What?
Ask him your questions if you wish, but I'm afraid he'll prove to be a rather unresponsive conversationalist. He was stupid in life. He looks even more stupid now, hanging there from the ceiling.
You've killed him.
And strung him like a marionette. All his life he's been my puppet indeed. Now he is in fact.
You madman.
And now you are going to join him, my curious
no, you
friend.
don't.
My hands are strong, my friend, even though my legs are weak. Another human puppet for my collection. Huh? Or somebody knocking. Too bad. You'll have to wait, Mr. Cranston, while I answer the door. Come into this room till I'm ready for you. There. I am coming.
What have you done with him?
Oh, my curious friends are all visiting me at the same time. That is good. Come in. Now, we shall have a complete cast for my puppet show tomorrow night.
What do you mean?
My brother Rico was going to have our puppets perform tomorrow night. Unfortunately, he won't be able to work the puppets himself because he is one of the performers, and you also, my dear.
Where is Lamont Cranston?
Oh, he's here, don't worry, and he too will perform with you tomorrow night. Can you dance, miss?
Let me go.
Doesn't matter. I can make you dance. I can make you the greatest dancer in the world. I said that to her, too. But after a little while, she couldn't dance at all. And death had made her ugly. So I gave it to the cold river, as I shall do with you when I'm through with you.
No!
Want to bring the police down upon me? Yes, now you are much quieter. Now I can work. Now I can prepare my human puppets for my last great performance tomorrow night.
You will never give that performance, Goro.
What? Are you here, Shadow?
I said I would stop you, Goro. The police will be here any second now.
Police? Oh, if I could get my hands on you, Shadow or not, I could crush the life out of you.
That is not to be, Goro. Your days of crime are over.
Not yet, Shadow. You're not strong enough to end them yourself.
Open this door. Open up, I say.
You're trapped now, Goro. The police are outside.
Open up.
This place is surrounded.
They can't hold me. I'm too strong for them.
Open the door or we'll break it down.
Yes, I'll open the door. And you shall see. You shall see. Now.
Look out, Weston.
What?
Stop him.
Yes, my life was begun in pain. Now it ends in pain. Now I will no longer hate those who move gracefully and beautifully, for now I too am free.
You know, Lamont, it's lucky that I didn't wait 5 minutes before I called Commissioner Weston.
Yes, Margot. I owe my life to that. When you knocked on the door, distracted Goro, and gave me a chance to regain consciousness and come back as the Shadow.
You know, Commissioner Weston thinks you escaped from Rico's studio before he got there.
Yes? I wish you could have seen his face when Goro lunged at him.
Ooh, I know just how he felt.
I'll get him. Shrevey, you're early.
Yeah, I know, but something has happened to Big Charles again. Something has happened.
Oh, what now, Shrevey?
Well, I told you about the experience he's having with the vaudeville dog.
You did, Shrevey, you did.
Well, what do you suppose happened this morning to him again? What do you suppose?
Tell us, Shrevey.
A lady is getting in his cab with a big box, and she says, rush to the hospital immediately. So Big Charlie is rushing. He's rushing.
Shrevey.
Wait, this is rich. She don't want to go there for herself.
Hot dog, which is in the box?
Yeah, she'd take the... How did you know?
I'm psychic. Go on.
Well, this now dog is sick.
Is this one of your now long tails, Shrevey?
Okay, so I'll cut it short. Hey, you get it? Cut it short, cut the tail short. You get it?
Yes, we get it, Shrevey.
And so this dog
is having puppets in Big Charlie's cab, too, he's having.
Yeah, little puppets. Big Charlie says that what happened to him shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, Shrevey.
A real-life drama proving that crime does not pay will be presented immediately after a message from John Barclay. Here he is, Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, there's a hard battle ahead of us in war work. None of us can afford to spend energy needlessly. It's time to cut out waste of all kinds. For example, waste motion and waste fuel in the operation of your furnace. I urge you to think about this because it's serious. Find out how to operate your furnace most efficiently, with the least possible effort on your part. Your Blue Coal dealer will be glad to help you in this with no charge, no obligation whatever. He'll send a John Barclay trained serviceman to your house to give your heating plant a thorough inspection, to demonstrate proper furnace operation, and to tell you, too, about the remarkable Blue Coal automatic heat regulator, a really great work saver. The regulator is easy to install, and you'll find it's economical. It'll pay for itself in fuel savings, and if you rent your home, you can take it with you when you move. Get in touch with your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. I promise you'll be well pleased with his services. Thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Today, at the start of a new year, we bring you last year's biggest crime-busting case. Proof that crime does not pay. Louis Lepke Buckhalter, one of the most powerful racketeers in the country's criminal annals, sits in a room alone, waiting. Several miles away, two of his henchmen walk into a small candy store.
We got a message for you, Joe.
Yeah, a message from the boss, Joe.
Oh,
no. No, don't do it, boys. Don't do it.
You're a double-crosser, Joe.
You got me wrong.
Back in his room, Lepke looks at his watch.
It's done by now. That's another one the cops will never pin on me.
Don't be so sure, Lepke. The law never forgets.
November 30th, 1941, in Kings County Court, Lepke and his two trigger men all met the same fate. Sentence of death in the electric chair.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This program was produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Thelma. I'm glad you called, but tonight is out, Angel. A girl is trying to break off with her boyfriend, but he loves her too much to let her go. And it's up to me to see he doesn't love her to death. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Demon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the gangster's girl. Before we join the Falcon in his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you folks about Kraft's golden cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is such good eating. Just taste that grand, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And Velveeta is so good for you. It's rich in important food values from milk itself. For swell-tasting snacks, for good, hearty sandwiches, for thrifty, easy, hot dishes, it's smart to keep stocked
with Velveeta. Get it tomorrow in the handy quarter-pound package or in the economical 2-pound loaf. The cheese food of top quality. Velveeta is made only by Kraft. And now, the case of the gangster's girl. It's late Sunday night in New York, and Mort Potter, a local gambler, is returning home after hitting a few of the night spots when a large sedan pulls alongside on a deserted street. Potter pulls over to let the second car by, but instead of passing, it starts crowding him, forcing him toward the curb.
Hey! Hey, what's the idea? Why don't you look where you...
Oh, Murray. Hello, Potter. Come on, will you? Yeah. I'm disappointed in you, Potter. Hilliard tells me you turned down our proposition.
Yeah, well, it's just... Well, I thought...
He didn't think so good. Come on, get out.
Hey, what's the idea?
Get out, or do I have to help you? All right, Hilliard, hold him.
Yeah, Murray. Look, fellas, if you'll just let me... Oh, hey, cut it! Oh, yeah! Oh!
Murray, don't you believe in knocking?
You want privacy, keep your door locked.
I thought it was.
Well, you should be more careful, Sue. Well, where do you think you're going?
Little trip?
Looks more like a big trip. You've cleaned the closet.
If I want to go away...
From me? You wouldn't do that, baby doll.
I saw the paper. That man has 3 broken ribs.
What man?
You know what man. Everybody knows you did it.
Baby doll, don't take everything so serious.
3 broken ribs are serious.
Are they your ribs?
You said easy money. Well, I didn't like it from the start. But you insisted, what's the harm? Well, when you start beating up people, that's harm. Next, it'll be killing. Or maybe that's happened already, too.
Now, look, I don't want to talk about it. You're staying here, understand?
No, Murray.
I said you're staying here. Now start unpacking.
No.
Start unpacking. Hurry up. Wanting to go away. You don't know how lucky you are, baby doll. I'm going to be big in this town. Real big.
I liked you when you weren't going to be big.
Now, don't talk dumb. And quit your bawling. I'm doing a town tonight. I don't want your eyes all red.
Why can't you leave me alone?
Sometimes I ask myself that. I just can't, that's all. You know, you ought to be flattered. As soon as Hilliard told me you'd been over to the airline ticket office, I come right over.
Oh, Hilliard. How did he know?
He keeps his eyes open.
Have you got him spying on me?
He just likes to look after my interests, that's all.
He just likes to make trouble, that's all.
Oh, he's okay.
Like a rattlesnake, he's okay. And one of these days, he'll make trouble for you, too.
Don't make me laugh.
You'll see. Things aren't bad enough. You have to have worms around.
All right. You don't like him? I'll can him. Anything for you, baby.
Yeah, except getting out of the whole dirty business.
Except that.
Or letting me out.
Oh, you don't want out, baby doll. Not if it means leaving me. Now, come on, honey. Get those bags unpacked.
Hello?
Is that Michael Waring, the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
I want to hire you.
Well, considering the price of groceries, I want to be hired. Who are you?
Oh, Sue Saunders.
Mm-hmm. And why do you want a detective? Or don't you want to say over the phone?
It has to be over the phone. I don't dare come to see you. I might be followed. I'm calling from a phone booth, and I'll mail you the money for your fee.
All right, what do I do to earn it?
I want to get rid of my boyfriend.
Rid of him?
Yeah. I'm hoping you can have him put in jail.
Oh, for a minute you had me worried.
Well, you may still have something to worry about. He plays rough.
What's his name?
Murray Ross.
Oh, I see what you mean. I've just been reading about him.
Yeah, it's in the papers. The police questioned him, but they couldn't prove anything. But I know he beat up that man because he wouldn't join Murray's outfit. They want to corner all the numbers men in town.
Who's they?
Murray and Al Burkett.
Uh-oh. Is Burkett in this deal?
He is the deal. Murray just runs the West End for him.
Uh-huh. And just where do you fit?
I don't fit anymore. That's just the trouble. I've been going with Murray, but I want out.
And he has other plans for you, huh?
That's right. My only hope is for him to be picked up. But so far, nobody's been able to prove anything that would stick.
What makes you think I will?
Well, I have to do something, and I've heard a lot about you, and I got to get away. I simply got to.
Even if it means sending your boyfriend to jail?
He hasn't left me any choice.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, but
How do I get in touch with you?
I'll have to get in touch with you. I'll call you from time to time.
Right. Can you tell me anything that might help?
Well, nothing more than I already have, and the police already know all of that. The problem's getting proof. If I learn anything, I'll let you know. Now I gotta go. He's expecting me for dinner.
Well, have fun.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm dead serious.
It's just the way I'll be if Murray finds out about this call. Goodbye, Mr. Waring.
Come on, baby doll, let's have a smile.
I'm trying, Murray.
Well, you shouldn't have to try. What's the matter?
You know what's the matter.
Ah, look, baby doll, I know it's a little rough getting organized, but everybody's just about lined up now. No more knuckle deals. Now it's a business, just like any business. I'll have an office, 9 to 5. You'll see.
You know, first it's getting people in line, and then it's keeping them in line.
They'll stay in line.
Not because they want to. You enjoy throwing your weight around, Murray. You know you do. You like people to be afraid of you. Makes you feel important. You have to pretend to be a big shot because you know you're just Burkett's errand boy.
Well,
Look out, you'll knock over the champagne.
Just Burkett's errand boy, huh? Listen, baby doll, I'm going to tell you something. I run the West End, see? All the collections are turned over to me.
And you pass them on to Burkett with a little cut for yourself.
Little cut? Listen, Burkett don't know all the angles. I got 2 sets of books. If Burkett knew what to take in this part of town really comes to it with curl his hair, I'm taking him but plenty.
And when he finds out?
Who's going to tell him?
Maybe he won't have to be told. He's good at arithmetic.
Yeah, but he can't figure what he can't see, baby doll. Ah, come on, stop worrying, will you? Everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, I guess it is. Just depends upon what you call all right.
Yes, what is it?
Murray Ross is here to see you, Mr. Burkett.
Oh, good. I've been waiting. Send him in.
Yeah. Okay, go on in.
Right. Hello, Burkett. I understand you wanted to see me.
Yes, I like to check up from time to time. You know how it is. Sit down. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
How's Sue?
Baby... Oh, she's all right.
That's good.
Anything special you wanted to see me about?
As a matter of fact, yes. There is.
Shoot.
Don't give me ideas.
Huh?
You take me for a fool, Murray?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. But just so there won't be any question, I'll lay it on the line. Cards on the table. To put it bluntly, Murray, you've been holding out on me, shortchanging me.
What? Who told you?
Never mind. I have sources of information.
Well, your sources are talking through their hat.
Perhaps. Won't take long to check.
Want to see the books?
Which set?
You got the wrong idea.
I think not, but as I said, I'll check. But not books. There are other methods, more reliable.
Okay, you'll find out.
I'm sure I will, my boy. And while I'm working on it, you'll stay here where I can keep an eye on you.
Here?
Yes, house guest. The boys will see you're comfortable. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
You're too warm? I see you're perspiring. Shall I open a window?
I'm getting out of here. What?
Going somewhere, mister?
Well,
Close the door.
Yeah.
All right, now come back here and sit down, boy. We've got to finish our conversation.
What are you going to do?
Ah, yes. What am I going to do? Let's discuss that, shall we?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. And while Mr. Burkett is talking about what he's going to do, I have a little suggestion for you ladies who wonder what you're going to do for some interesting Lenten menu ideas. And my suggestion is this. Just get a 2-pound loaf of Kraft smooth melting pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. You can melt Velveeta for smooth, delicious cheese sauce that'll add extra goodness to vegetables or seafood or rice or just plain toast for a fine main dish. And it's such an easy sauce to make. All you do is melt a 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Notice how smooth it melts without any lumps at all. Then slowly stir in 1/4 cup of milk, season to your taste, and there you have it. A delicious cheese sauce with a wonderful, rich, yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. A flavor that everyone, the youngsters and Grandma included, will enjoy often. And it's a wholesome dish because Velveeta is so rich in important food values from milk. So whether you melt Velveeta for a swell cheese sauce or slice it thick for hearty sandwiches, you'll find Velveeta is a mighty handy helper, Mother, especially now during Lent. Get a 2-pound loaf tomorrow, won't you? It's America's favorite cheese food, the one and only Velveeta, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's a couple of hours since Al Burkett revealed he knew about Murray's double dealing. And now there's a knock at the door of Sue Sanders' apartment. Sue goes to the door, opens it, and finds herself facing Murray.
Hello, baby doll. Surprised to see me?
No. Should I be?
Look out, I'm coming in.
All right. Why are you locking the door?
I've just come from Burkett.
Oh?
He knows about the finagling.
How'd he find out?
How'd he find out? That's Rich.
Well, he let you go.
Yeah, he let me go. Says I can still be useful, but now he's going to keep his eye on me. Won't that be real cozy? Somebody's going to pay for this, baby doll.
Well, you don't think that
Somebody tipped Burkett. He didn't have proof, but he knew about the deal.
Well, if he didn't have the proof...
He could always get proof once he was wise, so I had to come across. Come here, baby doll.
What do you want?
I just want you to come here.
Murray.
Why did you tip Burkett? Not much you didn't. I tell you, and right away, Burkett knows all about it.
You believe me.
Yeah?
Ouch, Murray, don't.
You little double-crosser.
Tell him, I swear it.
Then who did?
How about Hilliard?
Hilliard, huh? Why should he?
I told you he was dangerous. He spied on me for you, well, he'll spy on you for Burkett. Getting good with the big boys, that's his motto.
Maybe.
That must be it. Hilliard would sell out his own brother if it would help him get ahead.
Well, we'll see, baby doll. We'll see.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Waring. This is Sue Sanders. Have you found out anything for me?
I'm working on it. I've got a phony deal cooked up. If I can get Murray to go for it, I may be able to hook him.
Well, I hope you can work fast. He thinks I've double-crossed him.
Does he know about me?
No, it's something else.
All right, I'll put on the heat. But I think I'd better try the act out on Hilliard first.
Hilliard?
Yeah, I have an idea he's more gullible than Murray. If I can sell him, Murray's a cinch.
Well, anything you think best, only hurry.
Hilliard, you can at least double your take if you work with my crowd.
How do you know what my take is?
Well, it's all down there in black and white.
I'm not admitting those figures are right. In fact, I'm not admitting I have anything to do with the numbers.
All right, look, I don't blame you for being cagey, but think it over, Hilliard. If you want to do business, you know where to reach me.
Okay, Waring.
But I'd like an answer by tomorrow. We want to get moving.
Yeah.
And if I were you, I wouldn't mention this to anyone.
You think I'm crazy?
It's always a possibility. Well, now I've got... Look out, Hilliard, the window! Driver, did you see anybody come out of that alley just now?
Uh-huh. He just got in a red sedan, drove off.
You see where he went?
Turned right at the corner.
All right, let's see if we can catch him.
Okay. Hey, what's it all about?
Did you hear those shots?
Shots? I thought it was backfire.
Backfire never killed anybody.
Oh, somebody's dead?
Yeah, very.
Hey, I don't think I like this.
Well, I'm not exactly turning cartwheels myself. You said red sedan. Is that it up ahead?
Yeah, could be.
All right, step on it.
Yeah. Sees us coming. He's starting to speed.
Well, catch him.
Well, I'll try, but I'm just as happy if I don't.
He just turned left.
Yeah, I see. Hang on. Here we go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah. Just got through the light. It's changing.
Well, lean on your horn and go through on the red.
Now, look, if I get a ticket...
I'll stand the fine.
Okay. Do you stand the hospital bills, too?
Yes, and the funeral expenses. Just keep going.
Yeah, you say the nicest thing.
He's taking another turn.
Yeah. Hey, he'll never make it at that speed. I told you he's going to crash. Well, end of the line, mister.
Certainly looks like it for him. Hello, Murray.
Do I know you?
Name's Mike Waring.
Oh, the Falcon.
You see, you do know me.
Of you. What do you want?
Well, I got a proposition you might be interested in.
No, thanks.
How do you know till you hear it?
I said I've heard of you. I didn't like what I heard.
Well, neither did Hilliard, but he was willing to look over my wares.
Oh? You talked to Hilliard?
Uh-huh.
What'd he say?
Said he'd consider it.
I'm not surprised. Now I know I'm not interested.
You don't care for Hilliard, huh?
I don't care for rats.
How much don't you care for them?
Huh?
Well, just wondering if you'd try to exterminate them.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, somebody exterminated Hilliard. And since you called him a rat...
You mean he's dead?
That's right.
So that's her angle.
Whose angle?
Nothing. Anyhow, it's not going to work. I can prove where I've been all afternoon.
Yes, but this job was done by a professional trigger. You could have hired him.
Well, they picked up who done it?
Picked up the pieces.
Well, he wasn't working for me. But I got an idea. I'll be seeing you, Waring.
Just a minute, Murray.
I got things to do out of my way.
Yeah, well, first...
I said out of my way.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, maybe this will keep you around a while.
Mr. Waring, you shouldn't have come here. I said I'd call you.
Well, I didn't want to wait.
But if Murray comes...
He won't.
How do you know?
The police are keeping him busy.
Oh, you've had him arrested?
Yes, temporarily. And they're holding him for questioning.
Well, they questioned him before. They can't prove anything. That's why I hired you.
Well, they never questioned him about this before.
About what?
Hilliard's murder.
What? Has Hilliard been murdered?
Uh-huh. And when I told Murray about it, I got the idea he was coming for you. That's the reason I tried to put him on ice for a while.
Would you think they'll be able to hold him long?
I'm afraid not. Unless you can give us a little something to go on.
Like what?
Like a motive, for example. Now, do you know any reason why Murray would want to kill Hilliard?
Now, look. It's going to be bad enough for me if Murray gets out of this. I'll only make it worse by saying anything, make him that much angrier.
Well, maybe he won't get out of it if you tell enough.
But this is murder. Yeah, I want him locked up, but the electric chair, that's something else.
Well, it's your hire to his, Angel. And if he's a murderer...
I don't know what to say.
Say whatever you know.
Well, I don't know much.
Look, did Murray have a motive for killing Hilliard?
Well, yeah, I guess he did.
All right, what was it?
I told you Murray thought I double-crossed him.
Yes, but you didn't say what about.
Well, he'd been holding back some of Burkett's money. Burkett found out about it. Murray thought I told him. I said it must have been Hilliard.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could do it. Anything else you know?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll call that much into the police. Then I'll go see Burkett. Now that the heat's on, I've got to find out what's cooking and make sure it's not your goose.
Burkett.
Yes?
Mike Waring is here. He wants to see you.
Waring, huh? Good. Tell him to come in.
Yeah. All right, Waring.
Thanks, sweetheart. Hello, Burkett. I've been wanting to meet you.
So I understand. You've been snooping around. What's it about?
Snooping?
Asking questions.
Oh.
You hadn't dropped in today. I was just about to look you up.
Well, I saved you the trouble.
All right, now let's have it. I'd like to know where I stand. Why the interest in me?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm interested in the numbers game. It can be very profitable.
Yes, that's what I hear.
That's what you know. You're in it up to your ears.
All right, if you like. I won't deny it, but it'll take some proving. The DA's been working on it for months.
I don't have to prove it except to my own satisfaction. I'm not trying to convince a court.
Who are you trying to convince?
I told you, myself. Just wanted to make sure you were the boy to hit with my proposition.
Proposition?
Yeah, there's a new outfit coming into this game. They sent me on ahead to line things up. We're big, lots of backing. Now, we could run you out, but we prefer to do business with you. To your advantage and ours.
Whose outfit is it?
Well, we'll get around to that when you join. But now you deal with me.
Look, friend, if I was up to my ears in a racket, as you say, why would I want to deal with a character like the Falcon who's so chummy with the law?
I'm sure I've been chummy with the law. That's why the organization wanted me. A thing like that can come in handy. Now, look, I don't blame you for being cautious, but I've got the whole thing worked out on paper. Dollars and cents. Can't hurt to look at it.
Oh, it can't hurt. Be glad to look it over. Let's have it.
Well, I don't have it with me. I left it at Hilliard's.
Hilliard's? What were you doing there?
Well, I didn't think there was any use hitting you until I found out how your boys took to this idea. So I talked to Hilliard and Murray Ross.
Ah. What did they say?
Why not ask them?
Don't think I won't. They're supposed to come here tonight. If they've been holding hands with you...
So you admit they work for you?
That's no secret, Waring. I have an investment business.
Still don't trust me, do you, Burkett?
Why should I?
You shouldn't.
But I'm always willing to look over any proposition. Mm-hmm. I'll send one of the boys over to Hilliard's to pick up your papers.
Yes, do that. I'm sure you'll find them interesting.
What I want to know is just how interesting did Hilliard and Murray find them?
Well, I'm afraid you'll never find out from Hilliard.
Why?
Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Hilliard's been murdered.
What?
Yes, I thought you knew.
Oh, Hilliard talks to you, and right away he gets himself murdered. What's the matter? Did he turn you down?
Said he'd think it over.
Who are you working for, Waring?
I told you, that's not for publication yet.
I'm asking.
Sorry.
You know, sometimes silence can be very unhealthy.
Why? You're just a businessman. Investments. You wouldn't try any rough stuff.
That's right, Waring. I wouldn't. But you can always have an accident, can't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Mike won't tell Mr. Burkett what he wants to know, but I do want to tell you something I'm sure you mothers especially will want to know. It's how to get the finest cheese food you can buy for your family. It's simple, really. Just be sure you buy Velveeta, Kraft's delicious pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta tastes good, and it's so good for you, too. For Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk, and it's as digestible as milk itself. So it's perfect anytime for snacks, sandwiches, and grand hot dishes. Try it, won't you, Mother? Make Velveeta your handy helper. Just be sure you get genuine Velveeta, the pasteurized processed cheese food of top quality, made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring left Al Burkett. Now he's back at Sue's with a plan to wrap up the case.
Look, Angel, I want you to call Burkett. Ask him to come over here.
Why?
I want to get him away from his guerrillas. He was expecting Murray and Hilliard tonight. Now, he knows Hilliard can't make it, but he's still waiting for Murray. He knows you're Murray's girl, so maybe he'll come if he thinks you have an important message from Murray.
You probably want me to go to his place.
Well, you can be expecting a phone call from Murray and don't want to leave till you get it.
All right, I'll try. But what happens when he gets here?
Well, the only way to clinch anything against these boys is to get one of them on record against the other. I think I know how to do it now, and it ought to work.
Well, it better. After all, Mr. Waring, I hired you to get me out of danger, not into it. Come in, Mr. Burkett.
Righto, Sue. Where's... Oh, Waring.
Hello, Burkett.
Oh, she didn't tell me you'd be here.
I thought Murray might be here.
What did you want with him? You said you'd already talked over your proposition with him.
No, it wasn't about that. I want to talk to him about the murder.
So? What did he think he could tell you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Murray.
What do you know? Right on cue. Come on in, Murray.
What is this? What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. I didn't think the police would hold you, but maybe they will next time round.
Police? So that's your game, Waring. The proposition was just a bluff. I thought as much.
Yes, Burkett, I've been trying to find some way of proving what everybody knows about you fellas. It's not easy, but maybe it won't be necessary if I can pin the murder on you instead.
On who?
Who do you think, Murray?
You tell me.
Well, Burkett found out you had double-crossed him. Haven't you wondered why he didn't do something about it? The only reason you're not on the slab with Hilliard is that you make such a nice patsy.
How's that?
Hilliard blabbed on you. Gives you good motive. So it's safe for Burkett to have Hilliard rubbed out with you around to take the rap.
What rubbish.
I don't know, Burkett. I've been wondering how come you turned me loose.
Well, I told you I needed you.
Maybe. And maybe Waring's making sense. Now, you're going to tell me.
I told you. No. Go.
Come on, Burkett, talk.
Stop it, you idiot. Can't you see what Waring's trying to do?
You're going to talk.
Sure he will, Murray, at headquarters. That's where you're going as soon as you fellas get through dancing. And just in case you have any doubts about it, this gun ought to remove them. So let me know when you're ready, will you? Well, Angel, before they got through, they certainly spilled plenty on each other. They won't have much to worry about from Murray anymore. He has a long stretch ahead for racketeering. And Burkett is going up for murder.
But why did Burkett have Hilliard killed? Hilliard was helping him. He told him about Murray's cheating.
Yes, that's just it. You see, Hilliard was a stool pigeon. He squealed on you to Murray, squealed on Murray to Burkett. So Burkett reasoned he might just as likely squeal on him to the law.
Oh, I see.
Now, Burkett's motto was never trust a stoolie. Makes sense.
But how did you know that he was behind the murder?
Well, he pretended he didn't know Hilliard had been killed. And when I told him I'd left some papers he might be interested in at Hilliard's, he said he'd send one of the boys over to pick them up. But since he was supposed to be expecting Hilliard, why didn't he simply call him to bring the papers along?
Of course. He must have known Hilliard wouldn't be coming.
That's right, because he knew he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad it's over. And I'm certainly glad you got me free of Murray. And believe me, I'm going to be careful who I start going out with from now on.
That's a very good idea.
Of course. A private detective ought to be safe enough.
Uh-oh. Don't look at me.
What's the matter?
You had your last boyfriend sent to jail. I'm going to be careful, too. Good night, Angel. Friends, America's defense program has placed on the Red Cross one of the greatest responsibilities it has ever had to assume. Now, in addition to day-to-day aid to the sick and injured, the Red Cross must extend its services to the men of our growing armed forces in camps and hospitals, at home and overseas. Now, too, the Red Cross must recruit, train, and equip millions of home defense volunteers in first aid and home nursing. And the Red Cross system of blood banks must be expanded to meet greater civilian and military needs. That's why Red Cross needs your help. By giving as generously as you can to the Red Cross, you are helping to mobilize for the defense of your family, your community, your country. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. The Case of the Unsilent Butler. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that the way some people get a bang out of life is by using a gun. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Jan Miner as Sue. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place, The Great Gildersleeve, next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the exciting NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Gazer in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 4, Escape, a story until now, Top Secret.
As an Allied agent in a Europe at war, my job is to fight Nazism and fascism in any and every way I can. In Hitler's Berlin, this is a dangerous job. I have been many things. A singer, a nurse, a stenographer, a manicurist. Right now, I'm the private maid, really the confidential companion of Emmy Goering, wife of the Air Marshal himself. Assignment 4 began a week ago, last Thursday. I was spending my afternoon off in the Tiergarten, sitting on a bench and throwing crusts of bread to the fat, pompous pigeons. Come on. Don't be afraid. Well, are you hungry or aren't you? Are you? Then here. Oh, don't be so greedy. I have a whole bag full of crust. Come on. Here's another. Hippy, chippy, chippy, chippy. Oh, you scared them.
I'm sorry.
Well, don't look so sad about it. There isn't exactly a shortage in pigeons. Look at that one. A big fat crust, and you can't see it.
Fräulein,
Yes?
would you mind if...
Would I mind what? Oh, would you like to feed them?
May I?
Well, of course. I have a whole bag full of crust. Help yourself.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, not a whole handful. Just a crust at a time. If you give them too much, they will... Oh, no. Are you that hungry? Wait, please, don't go. And don't be embarrassed. Being hungry is not a crime.
May I finish them?
Why didn't you say you were hungry? And you are sick, too, aren't you? You are, I can see you are sick.
You shouldn't be talking to me. I'll go now.
Have you no money?
No?
Please let me help you.
No. I can't. I'll go now.
Were you bombed out?
Yes. Yes, found out.
And now you have no place to go.
That's right.
Then please come home with me.
No. That's very kind of you, but I'd rather not.
Don't be proud. There are many like you. Come home with me and I have something to give you to eat. I have a small apartment around the corner. Please come.
Why are you doing this?
Must there be a motive to everything? I will ask nothing of you, but that I be allowed to feed you. And you will ask nothing of me at all.
That was wonderful. I don't know how to thank you.
Then don't try. Don't even talk. How long since you have slept?
Oh, I don't know. 2 days, 3 days. I'm afraid I've lost track of time.
Would you like to sleep here?
No, I can't.
Why are you afraid of me?
No, I'm not.
You are. I can see it in your eyes. Look, my friend, I don't know who you are. I don't care. I do not use this apartment. You may stay here as long as you wish, or you may leave now. It's up to you.
Well, if... I'm so tired. Could I stretch out on your couch for an hour?
Of course you may. If you can sleep after that enormous meal, you must be very tired.
I was a bit of a pig, wasn't I?
I'm afraid the couch is too short.
Oh, no. It's wonderful. Wonderful. No. Even reporting, sir. 5:09 o'clock.
You are all right. Wake up. You are all right. You are safe now.
How long have I slept?
About 5 hours. It is night.
Did I say anything in my sleep?
Oh, don't worry.
I have to go. I must get out of here.
If I were you, I would stay right where you are, Philip.
What do you mean?
I know who you are. You were clawing at your collar, your shirt opened. I saw your identification discs. You are Flight Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, RAF. The door is locked.
Look here, I don't want to hurt you. But if you don't give me that key, I'll have to take it.
But of course I'll give it to you. Here. Take it.
I just don't understand you.
The door was locked to keep people out, not to keep you in. Now, will you sit down and listen to me?
Go ahead.
I'm an Allied agent. I'm on the same side as you are.
But your accent, how...
I was once the Baroness Karen Gaze of Vienna. Believe me, I hate the Germans as much as you do. Sleep here tonight. And keep away from the windows and don't answer the door. I will come back tomorrow and at noon. I think I can find a way to get you out of Berlin.
How?
Through my employer.
Someone important?
The wife of someone important.
Who?
Emmy Goering.
Emmy. Not the Emmy Goering.
Yes.
The Reichsmarshal's wife?
Mm-hmm.
You were working as a spy inside the Goering house?
Very successfully.
What's she like?
Well, sometimes she's kind, but sometimes she's a fiend.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Remember, don't answer the door, and don't go to the windows, and don't worry. I know how to get things from women, too.
Well, Karen, you asked for a week off. I've said you could have it. But now I want my hair set and a manicure. Then I want you to go to... What are you crying about?
You are so good, so kind. No other woman in Berlin has your heart. I admire you so much.
I believe in being fair. You're a good maid, you work hard. Now stop sniffling and start on my hair.
Yes, Frau Göring. I'm sorry.
Well, are you in some sort of trouble? Well, are you? Answer me, Karen, when I ask a question.
No, I'm not in trouble. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Ah, a man. I knew it.
I have not seen him for so long, Frau Göring. He's a flyer. He was wounded. Now he's better. In a week, he reports back to his base.
So, what do you expect me to do? I said you could have a week off.
I was wondering if you could possibly...
Well, say it, don't be timid.
Oh, I suppose they wouldn't allow you to.
You suppose what?
I suppose they wouldn't allow you to loan me a car for a week.
Allow me?
Yes. Fritz at the motor pool said that, well, he hinted that you couldn't.
Oh, he did he? If you want a car, you may have it. My little Opel, with gas. Now type a note to Fritz and I will sign it. Allow me, indeed.
Philip, it's me.
I thought you'd never come.
I brought you a suit, a razor, some underwear, and a shirt. And best of all, I've got a car for a whole week.
A car where?
Frau Göring loaned me her Opel, with a tank full of gas and extra tickets. I've got to go to the motor pool and get it. I'll be back in an hour. In the meantime, you can clean up.
Where did you get the money for all this?
Never mind. Be dressed and ready to leave when I get back.
Karen.
Yes.
While you were out, the paper came.
You didn't go to the door. I told you
No,
that.
I heard the girl deliver it, and I took it in after she'd left.
What's the matter?
The second column, there. Read it.
In consequence of increasing air raids upon German cities, the High Command has made the decision that all enemy Air Force personnel who land on German territory will henceforth not be taken prisoner, but will be shot on sight.
If you're with me, they'll shoot you too, helping a prisoner to escape. You can't do it. I can manage somehow.
It's inhuman. Inhuman.
It's Germany.
We'll just have to risk it.
No, I'll risk it, not you.
It will be my way or not at all. I'll go for the car. Be ready to leave when I get back.
I can't get over you.
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, not much to tell. Born in a little town called Brockenhurst, not far from Southampton. Took Lord Oxford, then came the war and I enlisted.
How brief a story can one tell?
Talking about it makes me homesick. I say, what's that? There are flashlights ahead.
Lean back and keep quiet.
No, run them down. Run them down.
I said keep quiet. There is a better way. Please do as I say, and for goodness sake, don't open your mouth. That accent would give you away in a second. I've heard some bad German in my days, but nothing like yours.
All right, Fräulein. Past the curfew hour. There's no private traffic out of Berlin tonight.
Have you looked at the license plate, Sergeant?
I'm not interested, Fräulein. Turn back.
Perhaps you will be interested in the crest on the bonnet. Go ahead. Use your flashlight.
Right, Marshals. Forgive me, Fräulein. I did not notice. I presume you have permission?
Your caution is praiseworthy, Sergeant. Just don't go too far. Here is an order signed by Frau Göring herself.
Thank you, Fräulein. I will raise the barrier. Proceed, Fräulein. Have a good journey. I hit now.
You see how easy it is when one knows the right people? Now we are out of Berlin.
You're wonderful. You didn't turn a hair, and I thought I'd shake right out of my clothes.
A man with courage is a man who controls his fear. If you were afraid, you didn't show it.
Now where?
You'll find a map in the glove compartment. Get it out, please.
All right, huh?
Find the central autobahn, the main highway. It's a heavy green line.
Which direction?
South.
South? We'll never get to England going south.
And which way would you suggest?
Why, west, of course.
Yes? Through the entire German army, through occupied France, through the Channel Coast fortifications, then swim across the channel. Is that your idea of best way?
I'm overruled. What's your plan?
A diagonal across Germany. Follow me on the map. Berlin to Leipzig.
Right.
Leipzig to Plauen. Plauen to Nuremberg. Nuremberg to Ulm. Then we go across...
Hold it. Ulm. Right. Then?
Across to Friedrichshafen on the Bodensee. Then to Lake Constance. And there I'll drop you off. You can get a fishing boat across to Switzerland.
Switzerland? But I'd be holed up there for the rest of the war.
And what's wrong with that?
There are other names on this map, Karen. Belsen, Buchenwald, Dachau, Auschwitz. Rotten, horrible names like swords. I can't sit it out in Switzerland. What are you stopping for? Karen, why are you stopping?
Because I want to think.
Can't you get me back to England?
I am in this kind of work for one reason, the same reason you are, to fight. But, Philip, we are surrounded. Denmark occupied, Holland occupied, Belgium occupied, France occupied. There is no other way but Switzerland.
Please take me to Holland, please. I'll risk it for the Dutch. They'll pass me through the underground and I can get to the North Sea. Thousands of our boys have come back that way. I know that I'll be able... I've no right to endanger you. It's your decision. We'll go wherever you say.
We drove across Germany, from Brandenburg to Bielefeld. The Göring crest on the bonnet of the car opened every barrier. We drove by night, traveling the back roads. In the daytime, we slept. Wherever we could find a hidden place, on the bridges, in forests, in haystacks.
Karen, wake up.
What time is it?
It's dark enough to start. It's 8:30.
I never knew a haystack could feel so wonderful.
Most of it's in your hair at the moment.
From where we are, it's hard to imagine there is a war at all.
Look at the sunset, what's left of it. Pinks and the reds.
If only the whole world could be like this.
Someday, perhaps.
I wonder.
Oh, I believe in miracles now after having met you. We're halfway there.
Münster is more than halfway.
How far are we from the town itself?
Oh, about a mile. But we won't go through it. We'll go around it. Then west to Coesfield, to Wessel. If we are lucky, we can reach Wessel in...
Karen, listen.
Where are they?
There. Over there. Hundreds of them. Look, Karen, those are Lancasters. Sterlings.
They are going to bomb Münster.
It's a saturation raid.
We'll have to go back.
No, we're safer here in the open country.
We are only a mile from the center of the town. Please, Philip, let's turn back.
Karen, you can't raise a Lancaster in a German car. We'll have to sit it out. Look, Karen, Canadians. Go ahead, boys. Give it to them. Give it to them. Blast them right off the earth.
Philip, speak to me. Philip, you can't die. I won't let you die.
No use, Karen.
Don't say that. Don't. You are going home. You are going home to England. Please, Philip, don't give up, please.
Leave me, Karen. Don't be a fool. Leave me.
Try to stand up, please, Philip.
No. It's no use.
Stop that. Stop it. We'll get you to a doctor. Somehow we'll get you to the doctor. Just a few steps more. Don't faint, please. Don't faint again. Don't be afraid. I've got my gun. Don't be afraid.
Come rein.
Doctor, help us. My brother was hurt on the road to Münster.
Yeah, come in.
Shrapnel in the shoulder.
On the couch, please, Fräulein. That's it. Easy. Lean on me. That's it, there.
We were caught in the raid on Münster. He's lost so much blood.
Do not worry, Fräulein. You will expose the shoulder, please. I have no nurse.
Yes, doctor.
I will not be a moment.
You are safe now, Philip. You are safe.
There his shirt, Fräulein. Well back.
Yes, doctor.
Oh! So good. He has fainted. That is an angry shoulder. What are those?
Identification tags.
RAF? You mean he's English?
Yes. Those are English dog tags.
Fräulein.
And this is a German pistol. You will remove the shrapnel.
Nein.
I've heard that doctors take an oath to help the sick, heal the wounded.
I'm a German. I cannot.
You're a doctor. You will. Well, doctor?
Very well. Scalpel, please, Fräulein. So, it is done.
Are you all right, Philip?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Doctor, we want food.
At the point of a gun, Fräulein?
Doctor, I am Viennese. I am different from your stolid German women. It would not cost me a thought to kill you. I've killed before. Now food, and quickly.
I have some bread, some fresh milk. That is all.
Get it.
Should have shot him, Karen.
We will be across the border station in 2 hours. He will keep until then locked in his cellar.
I have a feeling that something's...
Lie back. Try to get some sleep. In another 2 hours, it will be all over. There's a bridge at Newmargen, and from there you can follow the Wall River to the sea. I'll wake you up at the border station.
Grants Control, Neymagen, Colonel Dietz speaking. In my direction? What kind of a car? Opel. Yeah. Wounded man and a girl. Her brother. Oh, yeah. RAF. Doctor in Münster. Yeah, we will watch. I assure you they will not pass. Right. Auf Wiederhören. Sergeant!
Jawohl, Herr Colonel. What is it, sir?
A man and a woman in an Opel, headed this way from Münster. He is an English flyer, and they are posing as brother and sister. You know the law, they will be shot.
Ja, Herr Colonel.
You will wait and see to it yourself. They will be here in an hour or two. Bring them to me instantly.
Sofort, at once.
And remember, Sergeant, you are on detention tonight and tomorrow.
Jawohl, Herr Colonel.
That's all. Watch for them. If there is any trouble, shoot on sight. Don't ask questions, don't argue, shoot. Now go.
Philip, wake up. We are coming to the border station. This is the most dangerous barrier yet, and the last. We are brother and sister, and we lost our papers in the Münster raid. Perhaps the Goering crest on the car will work once more.
What if they stop us? Shall we make a dash for it?
They won't stop us. Nobody stopped us yet. And for heaven's sake, don't speak. Pretend you're asleep.
Good evening, Fräulein. Your papers, please.
We lost them in the raid on Münster.
Turn off your motor.
Certainly.
Now, get out.
Sergeant, my brother is badly hurt. Shrapnel in the shoulder. He has lost so much blood.
Your brother?
Yes, I said that.
Get out of the car, Fräulein, and the man, too.
If you will look at the bonnet of the car, you will notice
I am not interested in the car. I am interested in you. Both of you. Get out, now. We are looking for a wounded brother. Herr Colonel, the prisoner, sir.
Bring them in, Sergeant.
March. I said march!
Anyone can strike a wounded man, Sergeant.
When I say march, you march. Now go on.
So, this is the wounded brother and his sister. How very interesting. And how very unconvincing. I would advise you to identify yourself, my young friend.
Don't say anything, Philip.
Fräulein, I will deal with you later. Now, Herr Lieutenant, who are you? Come, we know you are a British flyer. You will be shot in any case. If you identify yourself, you will have a cross on your grave. If you don't, you will be buried in a pit of lime. You have 3 seconds in which to choose.
I'm Lieutenant Philip George Cornelius, 2727Z Royal Air Force. I was shot down over Berlin 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, Herr Lieutenant. Sergeant, Colonel, you, Herr Lieutenant, will wait. Take the girl upstairs. I will deal with her personally.
All, Herr Colonel.
You may go, Fräulein.
Which way, Sergeant?
Fräulein, wait. Did he say you had come all the way from Berlin?
Yes, in 4 days.
You have perhaps friends in the underground in Holland, yes?
Why are you asking me this?
Fräulein, Germany is sick. With America in the war, we cannot win. I have tried many times to get out. I was a baker. I made bread. These Nazis, there is such a thing as a German who is not a monster.
What are you suggesting?
Take me with you.
You are not serious.
I'm partly Jewish. The colonel knows. He makes me do things that I do. Simply by a telephone call, he can finish me. That is why I struck you, brother. I must pretend to be brutal. I'm not naturally an animal, Fräulein.
You mean you will help us?
It is only 100 yards to the Dutch frontier. The underground will help a British flyer. If I get you out of this place, will you take me with you, yes?
But the colonel...
Will you take me with you?
Of course we'll take you.
Then I will deal with the colonel now. I've waited a long time for this.
If you refuse to talk, Lieutenant, what is it, Sergeant?
Goodbye, Herr Colonel.
Karen, come with me, please.
No.
Hurry, Herr Leutnant, hurry!
We can get through Holland in the boat. Karen, I love you. There isn't much time to say it. I want you to marry me.
You would not sit out the war in Switzerland. My job is back in Berlin.
But you may not get back. This way is sure, please.
I'll get back. By the time they discover his body, I'll be at Münster. Don't talk anymore, Philip. Go.
Then after? Will you come to me afterwards?
Afterwards, perhaps.
If you want to.
I want to very much.
Leutnant, please!
All right. Hope for it, Karen. Pray for it.
Pray for it, yes.
Every day.
Leutnant!
I love you. Coming!
Goodbye, Philip. The little boat fled down the river into the darkness. He had gone, and something of me had gone with him. A week later, I was back in Berlin, in the private air raid shelter of the House of Göring. Just Frau Göring and myself.
You never told me, Karen, your friend, that you enjoyed the week together.
Very much, Frau Göring.
He has gone back to his base?
Yes.
But he will come back to Berlin.
Well, Yes. Yes, he will come back to Berlin. In fact, I have the feeling he is very close right now.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in NBC's Top Secret. Here she is again to tell you about next week.
Next week, a woman in an armchair, a sable coat, and the forgery that fooled Berlin. The story of a cast and a broken leg, and a theft. It is a story that has been, until now, top secret.
Top Secret, in part transcribed, is produced by Harry W. Junkin. The script by Alan Sloan. Featured with Miss Massey was Lester Fletcher as Philip. Other players in the cast were Louis Van Rooten, Brian Rayburn, Carl Emery, and Earl Hammond. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Exciting journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.